All right, good evening, everybody. We're going to call this meeting to order. Welcome. We're glad that you're all here. Um, the first thing we have to do is adopt our agenda, and then I'll go over some basic ground rules of decorum and public safety measures that we have in place. I will then acknowledge our city attorney, who is just going to lay out the sort of process for the legislative part of our hearing, and then the quasi-judicial part. Ma'am, please don't move. They're 6 feet apart for a very specific health-related reason. Thank you. So we will, the attorney will lay out the legislative process, and then the second item, the zoning, is a quasi-judicial process, which is a more formal process. So she will explain that. We will also remind everybody of the rules and procedures for the quasi-judicial process when we get to that item, because it will be a formal hearing, and several folks have filed as affected parties, and so we'll go over all of that. We ask that you all maintain social distancing while you're inside the chambers here, and keep your masks on at all times, including when you're speaking. The microphone is very good, and it picks up your voice well, so there's no need to pull your mask down. And then if you need a breather, you of course can step outside. There's the ability there to take a mask off and sort of separate from people. But we're going to try to keep everyone as safe as possible while you're here with us tonight. So with that, is there a motion to adopt our agenda?
Second.
Okay, a motion was made by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Hayes Santos to adopt our agenda. There are 2 items on our agenda. They're both related to the same piece of property. There's the land use and the zoning issue for what is informally known as the former St. Michael's site. And with that, are there any members of the public that wish to speak to the motion of adopting our agenda? Adam, anybody on the line for adoption?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, there's nobody on the line for adoption of the agenda at this time.
Okay, we'll move back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Ms. Shelley, I will turn it over to you to give us the high-level sort of overview of what this meeting is about and what sort of rules and procedures we'll be following.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. So as the Mayor briefly explained, tonight you will be hearing 2 matters. You need to consider them, even though they involve the same property, you need to consider them separately. The first is a land use change, and the second is a rezoning. These are coming to you at the petition hearing stage because that's what is required by city code on these items. If you approve the petitions tonight, the next step will be for planning staff to work with the city attorney's office to draft and return to you with the necessary ordinances. So just as a reminder, the first item, the land use, is a legislative decision. What that means is staff will present to you, and the applicant or petitioner may request to present. Then the commission will deliberate. You all will place a motion on the floor and take public comment. Under your rules, that's a maximum of 3 minutes per person, although you all can certainly limit that if the hearing warrants it. When you all are making a legislative decision, you are setting policy. So you should simply make a reasonable decision that's based on the information provided to you. In contrast, when we get to the rezoning item, that is a quasi-judicial decision. As you all know, you are not setting new policy on that one. You are simply applying the policy that you've already set in order to grant or deny rights to the party who has applied or petitioned for them. As the mayor said, I understand from staff that certain affected parties in the rezoning have requested a formal hearing. That formal hearing will take place tonight at this petition stage. It will not be repeated at the ordinance stage, although of course at that point you can and should take public comment again. A formal hearing just requires that you follow the more formal process set forth in your rules. And I will walk you through that when we get to that item. But basically, it primarily just includes recognizing the affected parties. And per your rules, those parties are given a maximum of 10 minutes to speak to the item, of course, unless you determine to limit that further. And I would just ask you to please be patient with staff tonight. This is the first time that we've done a pretty robust quasi-judicial hearing in this hybrid setting where I understand some folks are attending in person and others may be calling in via the Zoom platform. So it may be a little cumbersome, and in particular on the quasi-judicial, because we will need to swear in people who are giving testimony. So please just let's all be patient and we'll work through this and give everyone a chance to be heard. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Shalley. And so if I can recap this first half of our meeting tonight, the legislative portion, we'll hear from city staff, then the applicant, the commission will deliberate, we'll get a motion on the floor, and then we'll take public comment, which will give every person an opportunity to speak to the motion on the floor up to 3 minutes. After we dispense of that item, whatever decision is made by the commission, we'll move on to the rezoning, the quasi-judicial, the more formal of the process. That is the opportunity that first the commission will determine whether any individuals are an affected party, whether do they earn the status of affected party. If we determine that they will have an opportunity to speak sort of in the middle of the proceedings. Then after deliberations and a motion goes on the floor, those affected parties will already have made their comments. They will not be a part of public comment. Anybody who is not an affected party, who has not had an opportunity to speak yet, will be able to speak during public comment towards the end. And I'll remind you of that as we get a little bit closer here. With that, we'll go ahead and get started. Madam Clerk, could you read our first item into the record, please?
Absolutely. Our first item is 200882 Wilson Land Use Change, St. Michael's Church property, with a recommendation from the City Plan Board to the Commission that the approval of petition PB-20-141 LUC be granted by the Commission.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. McMullen, will you be the staff member presenting this item tonight?
Yes, I will. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can. Thank you and welcome.
Okay, great. All right, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. So, as the clerk noted, well, first of all, good evening. My name is Brittany McMullen. I'm a planner with the Department of Sustainable Development. As the clerk noted, the petition before you tonight is PB-20-141 LUC, a request for a small-scale land use change. There will be a second presentation and discussion after this item on the rezoning of the property that was already mentioned, but I just wanted to reiterate that. So that staff presentation will have a little bit more details on the site plan and design requirements and things like that. For this presentation, staff is focusing on the future land use category, and I'll get into more detail on what that means in a moment. So the subject property is located at 4315 Northwest 23rd Avenue. It is approximately 7 acres in size. The existing land use at the property, as you can see on this map, is office. In addition to conservation, which is on the southern portion of the site. So the request is to amend the existing land use of office and conservation to planned use district, or PUD. This petition is related to the rezoning petition again, which we already stated, PB-20-142 So to give you a quick overview of the land uses that are designated at neighboring properties, properties to the north are actually located within unincorporated Alachua County, and those have a future land use designation of commercial. Again, this is not necessarily showing every existing use at these properties. This is just letting you know what the future land use designation has been. So we've got county commercial to the north, To the east is mixed use medium intensity. That is the Publix shopping center. To the south is residential zoning, single family residential. And to the, let's see here, and then to the west is public facilities, which is the cemetery location, and some more single family a little bit further to the west. So this is an aerial view of the property. You can sort of see here the outline. You can see the property lines, and the conservation area are at the south here. You can sort of tell from the tree line here from this aerial view. So the southern portion is about 3.7 acres, and that's currently designated for conservation. So this area is proposed to be preserved with a perpetual conservation easement. So this area is not proposed to be developed. So getting into a little bit more detail of what the PUD land use category would mean, the implementing zoning for the PUD would be PD zoning, which we will lay out some more specifics on in the next item. So the land use that we're looking at, the considerations we're looking at here are addressing things at a bit of a more broad level than the zoning. So things like density, intensity, permitted uses, access by automobile, pedestrians, bicycle, and transit, trip generation, trip distribution and trip capture, environmental features, and the code also, the comprehensive plan also asks us to look at, when necessary, buffering of adjacent uses. So the first condition in these PUD land use conditions that are proposed sort of sets the groundwork for all of those things that I just mentioned. And it states that unless otherwise provided in these land use conditions and the associated PD zoning conditions, that all of those things that I just mentioned would be governed by the requirements for the mixed use low intensity land use category. So what this means is if there's ever a question about one of those items that I just mentioned related to the land use, and if the answer is not specifically outlined in this PUD framework, we would look to the mixed use low intensity land use category for direction. However, these conditions, and even more so the conditions in the PD zoning petition, go above and beyond restricting development requirements at the property as compared to the mixed use low intensity regulations. So the applicant had submitted 4 pages of conditions for consideration with the PD zoning. And from that, we put together some specific conditions related to the underlying land use. So condition 2 specifies that permitted uses shall be as specified in the PD zoning ordinance. So the uses that will be allowed, we will be talking about a little bit more detail with the zoning petition. The maximum intensity of development shall be 32,000 square feet. Condition 4, the maximum building height shall be 1 story. This is a reduction as compared to current allowances with the underlying office land use. Condition 5 is sort of more of a boilerplate requirement on transportation, and states that transportation modifications required due to operational safety issues are the responsibility of the owner developer, and future development at the property will be subject to meeting transportation mobility program area requirements as required by the comprehensive plan. Condition 6 outlines that vehicular access shall be limited to 3 access points, 2 on Northwest 43rd Street and 1 on 23rd Avenue. Number 7, total traffic generation shall not exceed the amount that has been provided in the trip generation report provided by the applicant, and that's a total of 3,853 daily trips. Number 8, crosswalks shall be provided by the owner developer where necessary. Design shall be coordinated with appropriate departments. Number 9, sidewalks shall be provided within the development to connect to public sidewalks on adjacent roadways. And finally, condition 10 requires the preservation of the existing conservation land use area, approximately 3.7 acres, to be maintained with the dedication of a conservation easement And it does also state that no habitable structures may be located within this conservation easement area. So staff has reviewed the petition in relation to required review criteria set forth in the comprehensive plan and has determined that the request meets review criteria. This project will be unique in that the owner has elected to place restrictions, or the developer has elected to place restrictions on the development at the property, which, as I said, go above and beyond restrictions that could be placed with the standard land use category of, say mixed use, low intensity, or the existing office land use that's at the property today. And therefore the PUD designation is considered appropriate in staff's opinion. I know that the applicant worked with a group of neighboring property owners to come up with the proposed conditions for the rezoning, those 4 pages of conditions, which we will look at more closely with the rezoning petition. So it does appear to staff that there has been a great deal of effort put in by the applicant to address concerns that had come up over the past few years in discussing this project. And I know that they can tell you a little bit more about those efforts and sort of the timeline on that. And so due to the uniqueness of the restrictions requested, the planned use district land use category is most appropriate. So staff recommends approval of the request. When the city plan board reviewed this item, they were unable to come to a consensus on a recommendation. Their final motion on this was to recommend denial, and the vote on that was 3-3. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McMullen. No questions at this time, and so I will now recognize the representatives of the applicant for their presentation. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Ryan Thompson, CHW Project Manager, agent for the applicant. With me this evening is Mr. Kevin Frazier and Mr. Matt Wilson, both partners of Wilson Development Group. Our client, also joining us by Zoom, is Mr. Brian Snyder, professional engineer, specialized in transportation, also with CHW, and maybe fielding questions this evening. Due to the overlapping material, we have one single presentation that we'll provide to you. I'll repeat this at the appropriate time, but I would like the presentation to be reflected in the record for both applications. So in June 2018, a much different version of this application came before the City Plan Board. It requested mixed use, land use, and zoning. And since that time, our clients, Kevin Frazier and Matt Wilson, have worked with neighbors extensively. They've met over 6 times with the residents of Suburban Heights neighborhood and have come up with 36 conditions in total. 24 of those conditions were actually drafted by the residents themselves. So they really have been participants in this process. The application is something with their signature on it, and some of the most avid opponents of the project are now the strongest proponents for the project. And it's really is a testament to our client and the extent that they've gone to over the last couple of years to work with the neighbors and bring a project that both the residents and our client can be proud of. The conditions address both development and design standards, landscaping, buffers, stormwater management, open space, and transportation. In addition to these conditions, our client has drafted a conservation easement for the 3.7 acres to the south. That will preserve the southern half of the site in perpetuity. They've also drafted deed restrictions to address the civil agreements that can't be addressed in the zoning application. Kevin and Matt have also worked with the board members of the First and Second Morning Star Missionary Baptist Church, who are custodians of the Rutledge Cemetery adjacent to the project. They've looked at landscaping and fencing and signage along 23rd Avenue to really freshen up that gateway into that cemetery. They've continued to coordinate with both city and county staff, in particular Public Works, and how we may address the access to the site and within the Suburban Heights subdivision. And if I could have the presentation up, I would like to go through a few slides there. Thank you. If you could proceed to the next slide, please. So formally, our request is a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment from office and conservation to planned use district. The rezoning application is from general office and conservation to planned development with a conservation easement over half of the project to the south. Next slide, please. And the intent is to redevelop the property with the neighborhood scale restaurant, retail, financial services, professional services, and conservation on the site. Next slide, please. This is a timeline of our application process. We submitted in October and held a neighborhood workshop immediately. We started with the first step. The short of it is that we followed the city's process procedures for both applications, and we're before you this evening. Next slide, please. This is the public notification that went out both to residents within 400 feet and the Gainesville Sun ad that ran in the newspaper. And again, we've had extensive meetings with the neighbors in addition to these requirements. And next slide, please. And at this time, I'd like to hand it over to Mr. Kevin Frazier. He's really been the one working directly with the residents, and he'd like to give you more details on the project and the conditions and the extent that he's gone through working with the neighbors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Frazier.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. And Ryan, thank you for the intro. As Ryan mentioned, after the previous submittal back in 2018, my partners and I, including Matt Wilson, made a strategic decision to completely scrap the previous plan and start over from zero. And with the new proposal and approach, we made the decision to focus specifically on community engagement, collaboration in drafting the new zoning proposal, and ultimately delivering a development that the neighborhood excuse me, and the overall community can be proud of. I'll be able to explain in more detail throughout the remainder of the presentation, but we spent the last 2+ years working with members of the Suburban Heights neighborhood, as well as members of the surrounding community and business owners, to create a zoning application that accomplishes the objectives of preserving the quality of life for the neighborhood, increasing neighborhood and community convenience, implements measures to ensure traffic navigational safety, as well as de-incentivizing the potential for cut-through traffic, providing multiple layers of protection in the form of enhanced physical buffering and additional recorded legal documents that Ryan referenced that solidify the effectiveness and ultimate preservation of the conservation area, the actual allowed uses within the land use, and ultimately the zoning. But most importantly, ensuring that the community as a whole will be enriched by the proposed development, and that the members of the community had significant input and participation in seeing that development come to light. So as the timeline reads, we began our outreach in June of 2019. That started at a meeting at Marcia Montz's house. Ms. Montz lives off 46th. We then followed up that meeting with 2 subsequent meetings at Holy Faith Catholic Church. We began at a very high level discussing what the neighborhood would like to see on the site, coming to an agreement that the PUD-PD land use zoning was the appropriate vehicle to take this property through the development stage, because it would ensure that their voices were heard and that their ideas were implemented. After the 2 meetings at Holy Faith Catholic Church, we continued to make progress in the form of actually drafting these PUD conditions and PD conditions, strategically making decisions on the elevations of the property, and really trying to bring everything into one cohesive application. We then continued those meetings with the 4th in-person meeting at Ms. Jeannie Repetto's house. And then due to the effects of COVID-19, obviously last year, we had to conduct the final meeting via Zoom in September of 2020. We then followed that meeting up with the group of neighbors that were in support and had a Zoom call with Commissioner Ariola discussing land use and making him aware of the collaborative effort between myself and my partner and the neighbors to come up with the conditions for the application. Next slide, please. One thing I would want to point out is that those efforts continued even after the Zoom call last fall. We've had numerous meetings with city staff along with the City Public Works Department, the Alachua County Department of Transportation, and we have also continued to meet with a support group of neighbors, including outreach to other neighbors and adjacent business owners to include them in this process. And I did also reach out to a group of neighbors that have expressed opposition to this application as recently as last week to make additional attempts to engage in conversations, either in-person meetings, over the phone, or via Zoom. They did decline that invitation. I then reiterated my interest in trying to do whatever I could to have another conversation with them, and I did not hear back from them prior to tonight. So the property in question, obviously, is the southwestern corner of the intersection of Northwest 43rd and 23rd. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view of the subject site with the site plan overlaid, and as you can see, we are consistent with the other commercial uses within that corridor, professional service, restaurants, excuse me, and medical office type uses, which you find on the other 3 corners of that intersection. Next slide, please. This is an aerial showing the existing buffering between the subject property that's under consideration for the application and the neighborhood itself, showing that there is a 700-foot distance between the closest building and the easternmost property line of the residential homes on 46th. In between, there is an existing African-American cemetery called Rutledge Cemetery, and there's also a professional office park. Next slide, please. In addition to that, there is a 3.7-acre site on the southern portion of the site that has been mentioned that is zoned as conservation. That provides an additional 350 feet of buffer between the northernmost property line for the homes on 20th Place and the southernmost portion of our property. I would also like to point out that the 700-foot distance between the southernmost building and the eastern property boundaries for the residential homes on 46 is the same as the linear profile of the project as you look at it from 43rd Street looking north to south. Next slide, please. This is a compilation of some of the letters that the city staff has received and the overarching theme in terms of objections to this application. X signifies a petition or, letter or email that was received that specifically stated that concern as a reason to oppose the application and oppose the approval of the application. As you can see, the overwhelming majority of the objections to this application center around traffic on 43rd and 23rd, and then the potential for cut-through traffic through the Suburban Heights neighborhood. Next slide, please. The land use and the PUD-PD conditions within the land use, we've dedicated 5 conditions specifically to addressing the traffic concerns on 43rd and 23rd. And then in addition, we've dedicated another 4 PD conditions to the cut-through traffic concern within Suburban Heights neighborhood itself. Next slide, please. We will go through the conditions obviously in more detail, but as Ryan mentioned, there are 36 total conditions, and I want to stress that 24 of those, 2/3, were drafted by the neighbors themselves during the collaboration process. These proposed conditions cover everything from development standards to design standards, transportation, landscaping, the stormwater management facility, and open space and the conservation area to the south. Next slide, please. These are a list of proposed conditions. I do want to draw attention to two conditions specifically under the following allowed uses. We have added daycare and childcare, and then we've also added as a prohibited use liquor store. And again, these uses were specifically crafted during the conversations with the neighbors. Nearly every one of these conditions, save a few, were uses that they specifically requested that we either allow or prohibit. Next slide, please. We structured the conditions to conform to a code-compliant development plan. Access points, of which there are three. One that is a right-in, right-out only access point on Northwest 23rd, and then two access points on 43rd, one of which is a right-in, right-out. And I do want to stress the second access point on 43rd on the southernmost portion of the site is a full access point. All the parking areas will be screened behind the buildings, and the buildings were drawn up to the road. And we strategically placed the drive-through use on the northernmost portion of the site, and the intent is for the effect to be that you have a reducing intensity of use the closer you get to the homes on the south end to the neighborhood. All garbage collection and recycling facilities will be fully enclosed to ensure that noise and sound pollution does not travel into the neighbors' backyards and impede their quality of life. Next slide, please. The design of the buildings themselves, I presented them with three different options. The neighbors chose this option as the preferred option for the project. There was going to be a maximum height of 1 story and a maximum number of buildings of 5 with a max combined square footage of 32,000 square feet. Next slide, please. And could you click it one time, please? Actually, go back one slide for me. Sorry about that. There's a feature on this that highlights the conservation area, but what I want to show is that we are showing the full access point on the southernmost portion of the site. We are then constructing a landscape berm, which will also have trees and will be further vegetated to act as a physical screen as well as a noise screen between our project, our proposed project, and the neighborhood to the south. In addition, we are actually dedicating an additional amount of square footage, and I'm sorry, I can't see the numbers. My window is right on that box. But we are dedicating an additional amount of square footage so that the square footage used for that access drive actually results in a net increase in the total size of the conservation area. Now, we did have multiple discussions with the neighborhood specifically regarding the buffering area, and proposed a number of different alternatives. We proposed a public park. We also stressed that under the current zoning, we could actually build a home there. You can also do a community residential home for up to 6 occupants. So, but the overwhelming response from the neighbors was that their preference was for that to be an uninhabited buffer that would not be accessed or could not be accessed by the public. They wanted to ensure that it was outside of just the stormwater maintenance facilities, which would service our project, and the berms, and in addition to an 8-foot privacy wall that's going to be constructed along the immediate southern boundary with the homes to the south, or the northern boundary of the homes to the south, that those are the only elements that would be allowed within that area, and that we would then impose and record a conservation easement to ensure that that property is maintained in perpetuity in that state. That is also listed specifically in the land use and in the zoning and in the deed restriction document. So the effect is you have multiple layers of protection to ensure that that area is not changed from what we are proposing in this application. Next slide, please. So the concerns related to cut-through traffic, we conducted a traffic analysis of the neighborhood regarding traffic patterns on 23rd and 43rd. And we conducted this analysis. It was a license plate recognition analysis. They then cross-referenced that to the home where that license plate was registered so that we could adequately determine what cut-through traffic was occurring and at what volumes. And we conducted this study over the course of 3 days prior to COVID. when there was a normal traffic pattern, school was in session, and there was not a holiday that was occurring, so that there was no impediment to what the normal traffic flow would look like. And what we did is we studied all cars that entered 46 and either exited on 19th or the 4 east-west arteries to the south onto 43rd. This study was conducted during peak traffic hours in the morning and in the afternoon, and over the course of 3 days. We also did the inverse and studied all cars entering off 19th and the 4 east-west streets to the south that then exited on northwest 23rd, as that has been the route that has been most often repeated by the neighbors as the preferred route for cars that use the neighborhood as a cut-through, cut-through pattern. What we found is that over the course of those 3 days, it was very overwhelming in terms of the percentages, and 98% of the cars that either entered off 23rd and exited onto 43rd, or entered off of 43rd and exited onto 23rd that utilized those streets, 98% of those cars were from homes and residents that were in the neighborhood itself. 2% of the total traffic that entered the neighborhood through those avenues was what would be designated as cut-through traffic. So it is, the problem is not as severe as what has been conveyed in the public forums. However,
I will adjourn this meeting if we have outbursts. We will not have that. We will treat each other respectfully. We will not have outbursts. We will treat each other with respect in this chamber. Do we understand? You will all have your opportunity to speak and to share your thoughts, and you will be given the same respect as you deserve. We are not going to have outbursts. We're not going to have cheering or jeering. We're going to have a civil environment in this chamber. Thank you. Please continue.
thank you. So again, the narrative of the cut-through traffic, if there are cars that are speeding through the neighborhood, and these are facts that were studied and that I can share with everybody here, there is a 98% chance that car is somebody that lives in that neighborhood. We also studied specifically the traffic pattern off of 19th heading north on 46th, as I know that has been an avenue that has been most often highlighted. And next slide, please. So what you see highlighted on the top portion of the data set, that is a car that enters off of 19th from 43rd and exits onto 23rd from 46th. And what we found on this particular day during the peak AM traffic hours, there were 2 cars that would be classified as cut-through traffic. One thing the study could not define is for cars that may be for services like Uber Eats or Postmates or courier services or Amazon delivery trucks, well, not trucks, but Amazon delivery cars, as there's no way to really designate who those people are. So it's quite possible within that data set that some of those cars could have been those types of operations. And in addition, this study was done while there was actually resurfacing of 43rd Street going on. So if at a time when you would absolutely see cut-through traffic and people trying to avoid the intersection, this was the volume of what was recorded. Next slide, please. We also put together what's known as a geofence analysis. And what a geofence analysis is it studies all of the visitors to a particular site based on cell phone pings to a nearby cell phone tower. And we studied the public shopping center across the street to find out where all of the customers that were frequenting that shopping center were coming from. And what this diagram shows, each dot is a visit to that public shopping center that occurred either 30 minutes from when they left their home or 30 minutes after they got back home. And this study encompasses an entire year's worth of analysis. What we find is that the Publix and the other 20-plus businesses that are located on that corner draw 93% of their consumers from the north, the east, and the south. 7% of their consumers come from the west, which would be the traffic pattern that would utilize that 19th to 46th maneuver to cut and avoid the main intersection at 43rd, 23rd, and 16th to head westbound towards I-75 and Santa Fe College. So again, highlighting the fact that the overwhelming majority of the traffic that is utilizing this area is to the north, east, and south. And that would be the same anticipation for traffic that would service the property that we would develop. Next slide, please. Now, understanding, obviously, given the response, that there is very big concern about the neighborhood and the safety of traversing the neighborhood. And so we continued, along with our conversations with the members of the neighborhood that were in support and other people within the community, to have conversations with the City Public Works Department, and the city's DOT, which governs the neighborhood streets. The county governs 43rd and 23rd. And what we were able to do was to get the city's support to install additional traffic calming measures within the neighborhood itself. There are currently several speed bumps. There's one on 46 near 23rd, and there's also another speed bump on one of the east-west arteries east-west roads south of 19th. The city has said that they would support our installing additional speed bumps within the neighborhood on our cost, not on the city's cost or the taxpayers' cost. And those are proven effective methods at slowing down cars. Speed bumps, on average, slow a vehicle by 18%. And this is directly from one of the federal transportation manuals. It also proves that it slows cars down anywhere from 5 to 13 miles an hour. And so the objective is we would be adding an additional 5 features that would fall within that category into the neighborhood itself on our dime to further ensure that the neighborhood would be safe for any cars passing through it, those that live in the neighborhood, and for the few cars that we've determined cut through the neighborhood. And the goal would be that anybody going from 23rd to 43rd would have to pass through no less than 2 of those features in order to get out of the neighborhood. The effect of that is to discourage cut-through traffic, because you want to take it longer to get through that neighborhood. Thus, that person realizes that going along the main road is the fastest route to get to where they need to go. In addition to that, we've heard through several conversations, and I've witnessed on several social media platforms, that people have highlighted the fact that there are no sidewalks in the neighborhood and that people have to walk in the road. We have also been able to get the city's support to install a sidewalk within the neighborhood on our dime on Northwest 46th and 19th. We determined with the city staff, with the City Public Works Department, that the right-of-way does exist today. It's 50 total feet of right-of-way, 25 feet from the center line, which equates to about 11 feet off the curb, which is wide enough to accommodate a sidewalk. And that's something that we are willing to do to further ensure that the safe navigation of the neighborhood for pedestrians, for people that are out walking. There is also a school bus stop on 23rd that I understand the students queue at the entrance. The actual bus stop itself is supposed to be 50 feet offset from that site, so we're going to work with the city and county to ensure that the students are picked up there, but that the sidewalk will provide a safe avenue for those students to get to the bus stop in the morning and to get back home in the afternoon. In addition, we've also continued our conversations with the Alachua County Department of Transportation, and we conducted a full traffic impact analysis as well as a signal warrants analysis. And what we found out is the signal warrants analysis does justify a traffic signal at our southernmost access point. Of the 9 total signal warrants that are in the MUTCD manual, we met 5 of them. The efforts continue with Alachua County to ensure that that feature is installed, but that is something that we have offered to pay for to make that process and that approval easier for the county. And those conversations will continue, but they're in the process of analyzing all that information right now. Next slide, please. Another key concern that we've heard is why do we have to include a drive-through as part of our application for the land use and for the zoning? The pandemic has changed everything dramatically in this country, clearly, and it has had a significant impact on the fabric of the commercial space. And what you have is buying patterns that have changed for restaurants and retailers. You also find that retailers and restaurants that historically have not had drive-thrus now require them. They have drive-thrus or pickup windows. What happened in the pandemic is over 100,000 restaurants closed because they could not service their consumers because their indoor dining options were eliminated. And that actually ends up equating to 15% of all the eating and drinking establishments in the U.S. So the drive-thrus, those locations that did have drive-thrus were able to stay open. They were able to continue to employ their workers, and those people were able to continue to provide for their families. The drive-thru also provides the added benefit because clearly we're still wearing masks, and I believe that the effects, and the industry agrees, that the effects of this pandemic are going to be far-reaching into the future, and that fundamental patterns have changed permanently as a result of that. And what the drive-through does is it provides a safe alternative to indoor dining for immunocompromised individuals or caretakers of immune-compromised individuals. It's a low-contact form of transaction in business. It's also more sanitary than if you're going inside. And it ultimately will allow those people to feel safe. But what it also does, if we do have to face another pandemic, and hopefully we don't, but if there's anything that would interrupt the operations of the normal business, those types of businesses that have the drive-thrus are able to stay open and continue to service the community. We do a lot of development all over the country, and we've seen a lot of brands and projects that have suffered and have gone vacant as a result of the pandemic. And the drive-through allows us to ensure that a portion of that site will be able to withstand anything related to any kind of pandemic work stoppages. Next slide, please. As mentioned, we've voluntarily crafted what is known as a deed restriction document. That's a civil document that's outside the scope of the land use and the zoning. But that is an item that that largely mirrors the PUD-PD conditions, which will be a recorded document and will carry with the title and deed to the property in perpetuity, the same as the zoning. So if somebody were to try to come in and change the land use or the zoning at some point in the future, they would not only have to get the property rezoned, they would have to amend the deed restriction document and the conservation easement document. This was done in an effort to ensure that the interests and the desires of the neighbors that we worked with were preserved and that the community is protected for the long term. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, the conservation easement document, this is also a civil document that will be recorded. It's something that we're doing voluntarily and placing on that 3.74 acres. And so I want to stress that the conservation area is not going anywhere. It's growing in size and it's being increased in its protections and its restrictions. Next slide, please. Sorry, next slide, please. In addition, on the conservation easement document, there are additional restrictions that limit any type of tenant-occupied or residentially occupied structures. Those will not be allowed. It specifically states that the only allowance is for the stormwater management, the privacy walls, the landscape berm, and permissible access, or excuse me, related access points permissible for the maintenance of that area by vendors mowing the lawn, etc. Next slide, please. In addition, I've been working with several members of the community specific to Rutledge Cemetery. A gentleman by the name of Mr. Earl Williams with First Morning Star Missionary Baptist Church, and a gentleman named Abraham Brockington with Second Morning Star Missionary Baptist Church. They are the custodians of the Rutledge Cemetery, which immediately borders our property to the west. And Matt and I would like to provide a service to the community and donate the financial and manpower to enhance the landscaping along the frontage on 23rd. In addition to that, erecting a new sign for them as well as a historical marker highlighting the significance of this area. I was on site with Mr. Williams and Mr. Brockington yesterday, and they were explaining to me the history of this site and that this is actually was the site of a church, which the church was actually across the street from this, actually from this perspective. And it was a site that was a church for disenfranchised slaves in the late 1800s. And you actually have some members of that original church that are buried in that cemetery. And so we want to highlight the significance of it and the history that it has in Gainesville, which is not very apparent to many people that obviously travel down that road. We want to draw attention to that, and we want that to be an enhancement to the community that will be of no cost to the community. And we will maintain that in perpetuity along with our property. Next slide, please. As Ryan mentioned, the current future land use map shows our property is zoned for, or excuse me, the future land use is office and conservation. Next slide, please. Our proposal is to change that land use from general office and conservation to a PUD, incorporating limited mixed-use, low-intensity uses and conservation. Next slide, please. The current zoning is general office with conservation. Next slide, please. And the proposed application would change that to a PD with a conservation easement, and we've highlighted the conservation easement on the southern portion of the site. Next slide, please. Again, the PD layout shows the orientation of the buildings to the road, a maximum GLA of 32,000 total square feet, up to a maximum of 5 buildings, 20 to 25 built to line on Northwest 43rd Street. We specifically restricted uses within the development itself, so on that southern building that cannot have any restaurants. Again, speaking to the feature of reducing the intensity of uses as you head north to south along 43rd Street. And then the conservation will comprise 53% of the total area size of the project. Next slide, please. The city staff has recommended approval of the conditions of the application, I should say, and these are obviously highlighting those elements which I know all the commissioners and the mayor have in their possession. Next slide, please. So again, these are the specific verbiage from the staff's report recommending approval of PB 2141 and PB 2142. Next slide, please. So I mentioned at the Plan Board hearing back in February that change can be a good thing. And the key reason that is the case in this particular instance is because it provides unique opportunity. The opportunity to address the existing conditions of traffic that have been an ongoing concern to residents and business owners for many years by implementing positive solutions that increase safety, livability, and navigability. It also provides the opportunity to collaborate with the neighborhood and give its residents a key role in the creation of zoning conditions and land use that protect their interests, as well as the community as a whole. It provides the opportunity to give recognition and beautification to a historically significant cemetery and the acknowledgement and importance of 2 African American church congregations that it currently serves and highlights their place in the history of this city. The most important opportunity this application provides is the ability to set a new and higher standard for responsible infill development in the city of Gainesville, one that includes an enhanced level of communication and collaboration with the community itself, and ultimately assures the interests of the residents it will serve are protected. In closing, I'd like to thank the members of the City Commission and Mr. Mayor, and also with city staff for your time and consideration of my application. I also want to thank all of the members of the community, both for and against this project, that have been involved and have spoken up. I'd ask that you take note of the recommendations of your city staff, which includes the Department of Transportation and Mobility, Department of Public Works, Environmental Department, Planning and Zoning Departments, but most importantly, the members of the Suburban Heights neighborhood and surrounding community who have expressed their support for this application. Let their collective voice be the basis for your vote of approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Frazier, Ms. Malden, if you don't mind doing the honors. We'll try to keep the area sanitized up there in between every speaker. Okay, we will now move to commission deliberation. Before we do that, I know that many of you are attending a city commission meeting for the first time, and I will take responsibility for not establishing the rules for decorum. There's no reason I should have expected you to know that before you came here. In an environment nationally of incivility and lack of respect for one another when we differ in opinion, I expect Gainesville to be the exception to that. I expect us to be a community that can come together and share our thoughts and disagree without being disagreeable. And so that is why we ask that we reserve cheers and jeers. We speak our mind, we tell our truth, but we do not attack, cheer, or harass one another. So everybody feels welcomed to come and speak without any threat of intimidation. Again, I take responsibility for not informing you about that expectation and standard and our rules of decorum before we started our proceedings tonight. And I have utmost confidence that you will be willing to agree to those standards of civility from this point forward. We will now move to commission deliberation, and then once we get a motion on the floor, we will start taking public comment on the motion that has been delivered. So we will start with Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Is it possible to ask the applicant one question, clarification?
Of course.
Yeah, you mentioned speed bumps, but what I saw were speed tables. There's speed tables, correct? Not
Well,
speed
it's
bump?
speed tables or speed bumps. It's not going to be the feature that would be no wider than this dais.
Okay.
We're talking about something much longer. Those types of items have been
Yeah,
shown
okay.
to not be that effective.
Yes, okay.
And so the intent would be for what's called, I guess,
The
technically
large-
a speed table.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Concerning the rest of the PUD, I don't think that the current zoning of it of office is the best use. It's a singular use, and it's also, I think, there isn't a lot of demand for office space going on coming after COVID as well. So I do think there is okay to have a PUD here. In terms of the last use or land use in condition 1, which is asking for a mixed use, low intensity, the MUL land use category, I have concerns with that because it's a very car-centric land use type, as you can kind of see by what's across the street, the Publix, and what's across the street at all other ones, just a lot of parking lots. So I think an urban mixed-use land use out of the transit zones would be a better one, as that's more of a walkable land use, and also mandates that things are brought closer to the road, which will then keep the buildings close to the road and keep the buildings further away from the cemetery to the west, and I guess similar to the south as well. For the drive-through, I understand the concerns of the neighbors on 13th Street and Starbucks, and a lot of during COVID, the drive-throughs have started to back up things quite a bit. I would like for us to, and I don't know, and if I spoke with the attorney and city manager, I don't know what the best way for us to move forward on this is, but to allow, because I also think we need to deal with the Starbucks issue on 13th Street too. But if a drive-through is causing traffic issues and it's starting to back up into the road, we would either mandate that the business has to close their drive-through so it stops backing up that, or stop people from using the drive-through, or the city manager would be able to, designee would be able to limit the hours of that drive-through if it's causing issues. I think that's something we need to do citywide, but I think it comes to heart here because those are, the COVID has changed things and it is causing issues. So I think having more control, and if there is traffic issues, then we can say the drive-through can't work anymore. Moving on to condition 3, the intensity, which kind of ties to condition 4. I have serious concerns of us having a 1-story maximum on any development. Even the residentials to the south, it's 3 stories. Pretty much this would be like we're saying, let's do the most suburban sprawl kind of development that we can with a 1-story limit. So I would, and even with the current zoning, they're allowed to go up to 8 stories with bonus currently. So I think what's allowed under the urban mixed use land use, which is 4 stories by right, I think would be a better one, allowing what's in the urban mixed use land use. And then same with the intensity, I think that we should allow development to happen above a first floor. Okay, with the other conditions, I'm going down to the last condition, which is the conservation area. I strongly believe that we should mandate as part of this PUD that the city has the right to build a park there. I've looked at the data, and we have a goal of having a park within a 10-minute walk of every resident of our city. This is pretty much one of the last areas that a park could go in that city. I don't really see another place. So this area won't have a park that could be used if this isn't, if we don't have the right to build a park. So I would like for us to put that condition as well, that the city has the ability to add in a park to that conservation area in the future. I have other things on the zoning, but we're just on land use. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all of you who have been involved in this and are here tonight. I appreciate everyone's participation. If I could ask staff to just give us Commissioner Santos did this a little bit. If I could ask staff to give us a reminder of what office zoning is, or what the current land use is right there, what's permissible under the current land use.
Ms. McMullen?
Yes, so, and keeping in mind, we're just looking at the land use and not the zoning
Right,
at this
right.
point. I'm just pulling up the comprehensive plan element on office.
While she's working on that, I will tell you that I'm very uncomfortable with the drive-through. A thing that we've learned, no, don't.
Yeah, I was on that side.
Yeah, very uncomfortable with the drive-through though. One of the things we've learned during COVID is how badly drive-throughs can back things up and change what's going on in the neighborhood. There's more than one drive-through that blocks traffic on roads that it's necessary to have relative ease of use on. I don't want us to make another mistake with that. There might be ways that we could mitigate some of those issues, but I have major concerns about the drive-through. I also have concerns about, as Commissioner Santos pointed out, so this is good and bad. I will tell you that I salute that you all have tried to have as little impact as possible, but I also am concerned that you're having such little impact. I don't know that this is a great use when we consider discouragement of urban sprawl, taking up a big chunk of developable, some of the last big chunks of developable land in the inner core in this part of the city with almost nothing, disrupts what's currently there, but it doesn't gain a lot for the city. So I don't know that it really meets the need, and that's why I'm interested in hearing what the current land use is. But I will also say to everyone, you know, there are by right things that we're about to hear about that exist. So us not accepting what's coming in front of us tonight or offering something else may not be where you want to go as the neighborhood. So let's keep in mind that there are by right opportunities there for the landowners. I don't want you to get stuck in a situation you don't want to be in. So Ms. McMullen, are you ready with that? Okay.
Yes. Yes, so the office land use category, so it identifies areas appropriate for office, residential, professional, and service uses, hospital and medical uses, and appropriate ancillary uses. So some of the more specifics, densities shall not exceed 20 units per acre. The height limit is 5 stories or less. Let's see here. The height may be increased to a maximum of 8 stories with a special use permit. For hospitals and large-scale medical office facilities that are located in, well, that doesn't apply because it's talking about medical services zoning. So that's kind of the basics of what it allows currently.
So it doesn't allow restaurants and coffee shops, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all I have for now. Thank you, Ms. McMullen, for looking that up. And again, thank you to everyone who's participated to this point for being involved in the process. It's healthy for everybody to be a part of this, and I appreciate that. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to staff, presenters, and of course the residents, many of whom are here and virtually. This has been a long conversation dating back originally to the first project, and I think a lot of credit has to be given to the effort that has been made. But at the same time, the discussion that we're having today, commissioners, is not just about one project, but it is about that area of our city, which has seen a lot of change, and we've learned a lot of lessons, I think, in some of the changes that we've seen. And so going into this, I have a very open mind, but I have concerns, some of which I have heard assurances that those concerns are being met, and others that I want to bring up if we could get some clarification from our manager's staff. So first, on that particular street, 43rd Street, I very much value the heritage trees that are on that street. And so I just want to get some clarification that that whatever we approve, that there are conditions. I saw renditions that the trees in the frontage would be maintained, but I want to clarify that is a condition that we can apply going forward.
Ms. McMullen?
Oh, yes, thank you. I just wanted to clarify on the permissible uses. We are looking at the land use, but the corresponding zoning of office does allow a restaurant by special use permit. So just a clarification on that.
Okay, and can anybody answer Commissioner Ariola's inquiry about preserving heritage trees along the frontage?
Oh, yes, sorry. So the code does require, or it encourages the preservation of heritage trees, and heritage trees can be, existing trees can be utilized for required trees. So, you know, new developments are required to install street trees. If they want to keep the existing trees, that can count towards that requirement. But the code does allow for the removal of heritage trees, and the developer would have to pay tree appraised value for that. So the code doesn't necessarily require them to remain, but it does encourage it.
Okay, and thank you for that, because I think it's that leeway which has, in my view, in a number of developments that have happened recently in the city's core, has led to a decrease in the amount of heritage trees that we have in Gainesville, which we have a lot, but I think if we don't make the effort to require that those heritage trees continue to stand, I worry about where we'll be in 10 or 15 years. So that's a requirement that I will be looking for. The traffic calming devices, I think, are excellent. I'm really glad that those were addressed. I think that there's traffic is in Gainesville. Traffic is neither as bad as we think it is, but it is ever growing, and so any effort that we make to mitigate speed and make it safer for pedestrians and cyclists, I think, is something that we need to implement. I do have another concern about the points of conflict along the exit areas. It seems to me that when you have the public supermarket across that south exit area, you have cars which can be crossing many lanes of road, left turns, right turns. You know, you could have over a dozen points of conflict there. So it may be safer to include a type of median that is going to separate so that cross traffic doesn't create more conflict points than are needed. So that is another concern of mine that I'd like met. And lastly, concerning the drive-through, another important lesson that we learned was that drive-thrus that are not configured correctly can lead to serious traffic backups during very busy hours of the day where people are trying to get around, but more dangerously it can lead to traffic accidents in the roadway when there's stopped cars. So for me, I would absolutely have conditions on that drive-through. There would have to be, number one, an appropriate configuration so that it does not spill out into the road. And number two, if that problem is not, if that proves to be a major problem, then I would prefer to have some of the measures that were spoken about, which would be to restrict the use of the drive-through, because you know it has, we have learned from the various different developments of drive-throughs in some of these out parcels in the city, whether it's on 13th Street, whether it's on this very same street, and it causes problems throughout the whole traffic system. So those are limitations that I would be interested in. But as I've said before, I came into this meeting with a very open mind. I maintain that way. But of the concerns that I have heard from both residents and from people who frequently use that road to go to work and to go to school, this is a very, very key corner of Gainesville. And I understand that the petitioners have put a great deal of effort into working with as many people in our community to get to where we are. And so I'm grateful for that. But I also want to make sure that we're addressing the concerns that I've listed, and these are concerns I share with residents. Thank you.
Commissioner Sucker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff, and to the applicant for the presentation and the information, and for the effort you put in contacting the surrounding community. I really applaud that you didn't have to necessarily, but you did, and you tried to work with them, and it's something I appreciate. Ms. McMullen, if possible, could you look up the same definition similar to the office one, but for the mixed-use low intensity, please?
Yes. Yes, give me just one moment and I'll pull that up.
So while she's doing that, I'll just go on with a couple of my points. I share concerns about the best use of the spot, given that it would be one story. We are trying, I think it's been our often stated intent to prevent urban sprawl. And when we develop our available spaces to a single level and make it car-centric, I think that furthers urban sprawl.
I have it pulled up now if you're ready.
I'm ready. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so the mixed-use low-intensity category allows for 8 to 30 dwelling units per acre. Let me see what else I can highlight here. It obviously allows for a mix of uses, so single-family homes, duplex townhouses, multifamily housing, offices, mix of uses. However, I do want to reiterate that the provisions that would prevail on those types of issues would be what you are going to be deciding on tonight with the PUD land use designation. So while this mixed use low intensity, it outlines densities and intensities. Sorry, there's more down here. You can place greater restrictions on that, and actually that's what's being requested by the developer here. So in terms of and let me just let you know about the height limit. So it talks about a height limit of 5 stories or less, but 8 stories with a special use permit. And yeah, I think that's kind of the main points.
And Ms. McMullen, what we have, if I understand it correctly, what the applicant is asking for is a restriction at 1 story, despite this possibility for 5.
Correct.
Okay, so that gives me pause. I think we should be, because you won't always have the land. You won't always have this development necessarily. And I think the best use, I personally think the best use of all development in the city should include housing. We are trying to have complete neighborhoods that people can walk to, and putting retail a necessary car trip away, I don't think is the best use of it. And restricting the land use to a single story where there wouldn't be much adjacent housing beyond these single family neighborhoods, it still does not make it a completely accessible space. So I would prefer to move forward with how, if it moves forward, with its rights intact, its rights for height and density intact and not restricted, only because I wanted to have the possibility in the future to have housing, or if you change your mind and want to add housing, that'd be great. But that's what gives me the most pause. The drive-through had given me pause before until I saw the proposed design, because I needed to visually see how the drive-through would operate, and I think that's fine. I think you found a way around the dreaded 13th Street backup, because I see it every day. So I get to experience the joys of a too short, poorly planned out drive-through every day on my way to work. But I think this one with the proposed double loop that has the coiling is as thoughtful as you can be about a drive-through, and it looks. I'm guessing here, but like a good dozen or more cars could fit while waiting there without impeding traffic. That's as much as you can hope, unless it's a Chick-fil-A on Saturday night. I don't think it's going to get too much backed up traffic. So I don't necessarily mind the drive-through at this point, how it's been proposed. My hesitation is self-restricting on the possibilities of the land use, given that it could be used for residential by right, and by limiting it as requested, it completely erases that possibility, and I don't think that's in line with our strategic goals or really where we want our city to go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. So, first of all, thank you to staff and for everybody who showed up. I will tell you what I'm encouraged by. I'm encouraged by the engagement process that happened with the neighbors. And I would ask you, CHW, as you know, you all are powerhouses in this community, right, when it comes to development. This same process that you had with Suburban Heights, I would, really encourage you to do the same as the city develops. The engagement process was spectacular. So thank you for that. And because of that, you all came out with a plan that many people were happy with, and there's still some concerns. So what I'm hoping that we can do is come to a sort of compromise between the neighbors that you've worked with, and they are in favor of this with the conditions, and then also the neighbors that have some concerns. And the main concern that I've heard is the drive-through. And like those neighbors, I also have some concerns about the drive-through. So maybe there's a compromise where we take out that drive-through, but all the other conditions are met. Like Commissioner Hayes Santos, I've also heard some concerns about the heritage trees. And so I would ask that if we do move forward with this, that we would do some type of, we would save the heritage trees and also have some type of vegetative buffer. And I think those are all of my points. But I'm looking forward to hearing what everyone else has to say and moving through this process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So before I go back to Commissioner Hayes Santos, presumably for a motion, but I don't know for sure. There's a couple things that I feel very strongly about, and will determine whether I support this petition or not. So let me start with the simple one. I have no motivation whatsoever to approve a drive-through. I don't believe it's a good use of that space. Drive-through, please, no cheering or jeering, even if you're in the hall. Thank you. Drive-throughs encourage people from far away to stop in for a minute or two and then go far away again. People aren't coming to get out and use the space and interact with the space. I am equally disappointed that there is not more density on this site. This is one of the last open pieces of developable land in this part of our city. And one of the big challenges in our city that we have, and I'm sorry to get into lecture mode here, but we have highly affluent areas, Suburban Heights being one of them, that have enormously high barriers to most other people living and enjoying that part of our city. That particular lot is on several major public transit corridors. It is within walking distance of 2 grocery stores, quick walking distance, like literally a hop, a skip, and one more jump and you're there, of some fantastic restaurants, of doctor's offices, of several banks. So it is a spot that if you built workforce housing, somebody could literally live there and not own a car and be able to get everything they need. They're next to employment centers, they're close to medical care. Everything they need is either within walking distance or within a short transit ride. So to see 3 one-story buildings, one of a drive-through. It's just a phenomenal underutilization of very valuable and very well-positioned property in an area of our city that has extremely high barriers to affordable housing and all of the amenities that go with living in an affluent area. So I would much rather see a proposal that had commercial / office type uses on the ground floor and then residential above it. Those are people that will become a part of the community. They won't be driving straight through. I love the idea of a park, Commissioner Hayes Santos. It doesn't have to be a high intensity park. It can just be a nice little neighborhood park where we don't even have any designated parking there. If folks that live there can walk to it, bike to it, stroller to it, use it, enjoy it, make it an amenity, but still provide that buffer. And that's the other thing about this property. You've got two natural and two artificial buffers on all 4 sides. And so you've got a nice cemetery on one side that's a great buffer for any intensity of use or height. You've got the conservation on the south side, and then you've got roads on the other sides. And you know, the roads don't care about a building being 4 stories tall with residential. And so, you know, that's the disappointment to me. I think we're taking one of the last excellent pieces of property in the urban core of our city and grossly underutilizing their potential. So, you know, I'm going to be interested to hear what our neighbors have to say, what the motion is, but I would much prefer to support something that takes the drive-through out altogether, creates a true urban mixed-use development that allows people in our community to live in that incredibly high opportunity area, close to jobs, close to shopping, close to everything else that people would like, and starts to create a better mix of a living experience for so many people that don't have that right now in our community. So, you know, that's where I am. I'll go back to Commissioner Hayes Santos if you want to put a motion on the floor, and then we'll move to public comment on the first portion of our hearing tonight. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I'll put a motion on the floor. Madam Attorney, is this petition? Is that how it's going to move to adopt petition with changes to conditions? Would that be the correct?
Yes, that would be correct.
All right. Move to adopt the petition with the conditions have been outlined with the following modifications. On condition 1, move away from the mixed-use, low-intensity, car-centric land use to urban mixed-use land use. Condition 2, no drive-through facilities are allowed. Condition 3, allow more square footage both on the ground and on upper floors. Condition 4, remove the 1-story height limit and allow what's the heights that are allowed in the urban mixed-use land use, which is 4 by right, and I think up to 6 by special. And then condition 10, that the city would be allowed to construct a park on the conservation land use area. And then condition 11, a new one, that the developer would make best efforts to save heritage trees.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hayes Santos, a second by Commissioner Ariola. Madam Clerk, is it going to be possible for us to get those changes to the conditions typed and up on the screen in a few minutes? I will, of course, give you some time to do it, but did you get all that enough?
I do. I might need a little tweak here or there, but I have it, and I'm getting ready to share it now, so give me just one.
Okay. So what I'm going to do for public comment, because we do depend on Ms. Malden to clean the area after each speaker. So I'm going to go from a speaker that's here with us tonight in chambers and then over to Adam for a speaker who is calling in on the call-in line for public comment, and I'm going to alternate between those two. And that way we're not rushing and we're not putting Ms. Malden in any sort of uncomfortable situation. And so once our clerk gets the motion typed up with those new conditions, we'll put that up on the screen so everybody can see what it is we're speaking to. We ask you to speak to the motion. We also ask you to restrict your comments to no more than 3 minutes, so you have a maximum of 3 minutes. If you can make your thoughts known in less than that, that's fine, but once you hit 2 minutes, a little yellow light is going to go on, and then when your 3 minutes has expired, a red light will go on. I'll ask you to relinquish the microphone to allow for the next speaker to come up and share their thoughts. And I'm going to be consistent with that. I want to be equitable to everybody and show preference to none. So again, if you're new to the process in chambers, that's how public comment on this will work. And so we'll start off with anybody that wants to speak to the motion that's inside the chambers. Sir, you look ready? Yeah, and Ms. Gainey, we've kind of got a funky screen there. I don't know if that's, we just need that.
Can you see my motion, or can you see a Word document?
I think you just need to end share screen and then do it again. I just think it's a bit of, there we go. Yeah.
All right, thanks. I had it on the wrong monitor.
Yeah, and for everyone, sir, just introduce yourself, tell us who you
Sure.
are, and then I'll start your time.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Harry Shaw, retired faculty at the University of Florida, and I'm an affected party who's lived in suburban Heights for 47 years. I have a question, first of all. I want to make sure that I'm doing the right thing here. Is this a general statement one way or the other, or is it only specifically in reference to the motion?
Specifically the motion, but if you want to make a general statement about the project as well, then that's your prerogative, as long as it's on topic.
Okay, but yes. Some general comments, and it won't be specific to the motion. Just a comment about the statements that were made about the cooperation that the developer has had with the neighbors for an extended period of time. That cooperation, I think, has been mischaracterized here tonight, because the impression that I got from listening is that there would have been involvement of a large number of neighbors. The extended involvement with the developer was with a very, very small group of neighbors. And indeed, the conditions were partly tailored by those neighbors. However, there has never been an effort by the developer to work with a large representation of the suburban Heights neighborhood. That has not happened. In fact, the majority of the suburban Heights neighborhood has been largely unaware that any of this negotiation was going on until recently. And for that reason, I think it was mischaracterized that there was extensive collaboration. The collaboration was indeed intensive, but it was intensive with a very, very small group of people. Believe it or not, I think less than 10. And indeed, the statement was made that the developer reached out as recently as a few days ago to people who were in opposition. The truth is that I reached out.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shaw. Your time has expired, and I gave you a little extra there because we were trying to
I
get it figured
appreciate
out in the
that.
middle there. But
Appreciate it very much.
I think we got the gist. Thank you very much for your comments. Sure.
Just I want to clarify the motion so it's the correct, so when it be
Yeah.
speaking. Is that all right, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, for the first portion, it's changing it's quote, mixed use, low intensity. So move away from quote, mixed use, low intensity to quote, urban mixed use, unquote, land use. So the land use is still there, but.
That works too.
Okay.
Mixed use works.
And then on number 4, I was just explaining what's allowed under the urban mixed use land use, but just allowing heights that are under the urban mixed use land use. I think everything else is
Okay.
correct.
So Adam, over to you, our first caller to speak on this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Sam Frodo is the first caller. Mr. Frodo, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am very glad to see that in your motion you put in there for no drive-through. That's been a strong concern of mine after seeing what happens with the Starbucks on 13th Street. This intersection would be likely even worse to get backed up. And there's plenty of shopping spaces, as mentioned, between the Publix and the Fresh Market already in place. I don't know if you've considered this or if anyone else has considered this, but back in October of last year, a massive sinkhole opened up a mile away or just about a mile away from this location. And I would be very concerned if there were large-scale construction, particularly multi-story buildings, where they would have to anchor that down, what was going to happen to the ground there and the associated area if the ground there is already as fractured as it could potentially be due to that sinkhole, or perhaps there are other pockets that are waiting to collapse if disturbed in a strong manner. Again, I am in favor of the motion as it stands right now, though, with the exception of up to 6 stories. I think that might be a bit too tall for that location, but I am glad to see that you are restricting the use of a drive-through. That would be a major mistake, I believe, for that area. I'm not against the commercial development of that, and I think having a park in that location would be wonderful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Frodo. Mr. Mayor, over to you.
Okay, can I have our next speaker, please, from anybody inside the chambers here? Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Marsha Mott, and I would just like to kind of give my thoughts on the new proposal that's before us. I think mixed use is good. It's a good use of the space and lets a variety of things that benefit a variety of people. So I definitely am in support of that. Obviously, I'm in support of having no drive-through because that generates so much traffic. Trees and parks are great and are definitely a part of the things that we hope to, as affected parties, to conserve in this area. And so I think the addition of a park is great as well. I certainly think I think housing is an important issue to everybody in the Gainesville area. And I think that mixing that use with some housing makes some sense. I think 4 stories might be a little higher than it would seem like would even just kind of fit in that space, but I'm just throwing that out there. So I thank you for your consideration. The one thing I would like to add is that oftentimes when these are developed, the number of traffic accidents that have happened at this intersection have taken out this landscaping and this trees, and those are never replaced. So I'd like to see some way that those could be like CVS that went in there, and I realize that's the county, but when traffic accidents have happened there and trees have died, it's just a wasteland of one palm tree left now. So some thought might be given into that, how we can keep it looking nice if we're going to cram all these things in one little spot. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mott. And we'll go back to Adam for our next speaker on the telephone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've got a pair in Chris and Meredith Goodrich. Mr. and Mrs. Goodrich, you have 3 minutes.
Together. All right. Well, good evening, commissioners and mayor. My name is Chris Goodrich, and I am an affected party as identified by the city. I live on Northwest 20th Place next to the conservation land in question. And I'm calling in support of the application. I'm one of several neighbors who were actively involved in conversations with the developer. And so I felt like we represented the interests of the neighbors. In this instance, I feel some like empathy with the commissioners in your duty to represent the interests of the city and the neighbors. In my role, I'd love to know how the neighbors honestly feel about the application. I always thought we'd create the most agreeable application possible and see how the neighbors felt about it. Obviously, if they oppose it, I don't want to be the guy forcing it on them, but unfortunately, I don't have a real understanding about their feelings of the true application. I believe that much of the opposition is an echo of the response to the last application from 3 years ago, which had no neighborhood input. And as evidence of that, there was a petition submittal that you have received that consists of over 150 pages of irrelevant, outdated signatures from 3 years ago. That includes my signature, and so I need you to know that it's misrepresentative of my views. I would be fine losing the drive-through. However, I also definitely want something financially viable at that location. And that is why we specifically designed a stacking capacity that would allow up to 50 cars on site that would not spill into the street. I also am okay with higher, more stories, but I think 4 might be excessive. I also have concerns with the sinkholes in the neighborhood and their potential. And definitely I am okay with the park motion as well. We put a lot of input and care into this effort with the developer. I really appreciated all of their efforts, and as evidence now with their pursuit of a traffic signal. It's the latest example of how a collaborative solution can be reached to address all of the concerns, including the traffic concerns by neighbors. I guess my wife might have some comments as well. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, and we didn't mean to insinuate that you and your wife had to share 3 minutes. We'll start the clock over for your wife, sir.
Oh, thank you. My name is Meredith Goodrich. I'm a dentist, and my practice is within a quarter mile of my home. So I'm very blessed to be able to be so close. If it was to be a park, it would be wonderful if the whole place was a park and not that mix of retail, because I realize it's not a national park or a wildlife refuge, but we get deer in our backyard and foxes, red foxes in our backyard, and they do use that space, which is why we had not wanted housing or use right in that green zone, because we do get to see so many animals, and it feels like we've driven them out of their homes. And it is amazing to me how many wild animals come so far in because of that small amount, those 3.7 acres of green space. A community center was my idea that when the church was there, it would have been a wonderful place for the city to own and be able to rent out for weddings and things like that. I thought that would have been cool. The drive-through, the advantage of working with this developer and having gone along with one drive-through was they were willing to wrap the drive-through so that we didn't get spillover traffic, and it would attract the money that would fund all the traffic calming that we need, because any development of that is going to make that intersection, which is not a traditional perpendicular intersection, but at an angle. And as we know, someone was killed there 2 years ago. My next door neighbor had a very serious accident there. There's constantly people drive over the median to CVS. It's a dangerous intersection. Any increase in traffic needs traffic calming. And if this developer backs away, the next developer may not fund those traffic calming devices. And I want that. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next person in chambers. Good, Mr. Scott. Good. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Poe, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So first and foremost, I want to say for the record that I stand with my neighbors in Suburban Heights, I stand with neighbors in Suburban Heights in opposing this project. The majority of the property owners in Suburban Heights strongly oppose the commercial development of this project, despite CHW's mischaracterizations to the contrary. They said there's overwhelming support. If you step outside, you won't see that, but they're denied the opportunity to come in here due to your distancing limitations. You're going to hear from those folks tonight. This intersection is very dangerous. I walk by there every day. I've personally witnessed 2 severe traffic accidents. We've had a pedestrian panhandling fatality right there. Development there, we don't need any more development. What the city should have done, in my professional view, is you have wild spaces and public places money. The city should have purchased this and turned the entire parcel, not just a conservation even, entire parcel into a park and open place for the neighbors to use. I think that'd be a great use of my taxpayer money. And again, park is a better use in this development. Again, affordable housing, something that was mentioned, but in conjunction with development, is a much better use of this property on a standalone basis. You have affordable housing crisis. You worry about gentrification. Certainly the city could have taken action some way, somehow, and made this affordable housing and a small enclave of affordable housing in what is a affluent neighborhood. I think many people would support that. We heard about the Rutland Cemetery. Again, if you have a historic African-American cemetery right next to this, why should you be building anything next to it? There was a church there before. Very dangerous intersection. And again, these are common sense concerns, but you guys make a motion without hearing from the tons of people out there, the majority of which are affected parties. And I'm not sure whether we're in a quasi-judicial proceeding or that's the next item on the agenda, but many of them expressed an interest to be affected party and have party status and be able to address their concerns. Many of them have expressed to me as an attorney that they didn't even receive notice of this. So again, I think many of them have concerns about some of the conduct that's being proposed, but you should listen to those people that are directly affected, not the consultant that's hired on behalf of the applicant to misrepresent facts. Because if the majority of Suburban Heights supports it, then where are the yes stickers? I don't see any. I see vote no. And you guys should listen to that. So this motion is completely taken away from the purview of what I don't support a drive-through, but turn this into a public park in its entirety. Deny this development. Thank you.
Okay, Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next up is Mr. Matt O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, you've got 3 minutes.
Yeah, hey, good evening, everybody. I wanted to rise in support of this motion because the drive-through has been removed from the development. And I live actually on Northwest 19th Place, and I am a traffic engineer. So whenever you have a generator such as a drive-through facility on an adjacent land like this, you're going to have a lot of issues. And one that was brought up was possibly getting a traffic light at the south entrance of this development. And I have serious concerns with that because I don't think the county that controls the road will give a traffic light there. And as we all know, the other legs of that intersection, all the full median openings have been removed and closed. One example of this is Northwest 16th Boulevard, where the Publix Fresh Market was. That was turned into a directional median opening. On 43rd Street, the gas station had a traffic separator built over it, and actually may have been caused what that tanker tried to do a U-turn in the middle of the night because of that traffic separator. And I can definitely, and obviously the other leg of the intersection, Northwest 23rd Avenue, has a traffic separator, as someone alluded to earlier. So all it's going to take is a couple accidents coming for left turns out of this development, and the county will shut that median opening. And what that's going to mean is if we have a large traffic generator, people will make a right, they will cut through suburban heights. So I fully agree with the commission's decision to take that out. Now I want to speak to another thing. I believe it was 10 years ago, I thought the city put a moratorium on speed tables and speed bumps, because actually in the developer's photo, there was one on a speed table on Northwest 10th Avenue they were showing. And I believe the city did a test with ambulances and actually showed that that will hurt emergency response times. So that's something I think we need to have a debate about, because it may deter some cut-through traffic, but it can have other effectivenesses in suburban heights. And another thing I want to just, I saw the sidewalk that the developer is willing to put in, and I have some concerns with that, because along Northwest 46th Street, there are a lot of heritage trees, a lot of landscaping. I realize that may be in city right away, but that would be one heck of a grading project to put sidewalks on Northwest 19th Avenue or Northwest 46th Street. So this is all the more ammunition to definitely not have a high traffic generator at that intersection. And, you know, regardless of what the traffic study said that the developer performed, we all know we've traveled those legs of the intersections during the PM and AM peak hours. And when a user comes up to that light with a full queue of traffic, they tend to have to wait through 1 or 2 cycles to get through the intersection. I would argue that the approaches are already failing on that intersection because of those probably 80-second or more delays per vehicle, which is a level of service F. So I still have concerns with traffic generation. And I think the motion will help that, because if we have some affordable housing or just housing in general there, that will be some internal capture. So I rise in support of the motion.
Thank you.
We
I appreciate you calling in, sir.
absolutely do not need
If
drive.
we could have the next speaker inside the chamber, please.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien.
You have been muted. To unmute yourself, press the star key twice.
Yeah, ma'am, go ahead. She was coming first. You ma'am, yeah, you were coming first.
So I'm Gina Repetto, and I'm an affected party. I back up to the conservation zone, and I have a whole little speech, which I will give to you later if appropriate. So my thoughts on what your amendment means to me. We have reached out to our community and worked really hard with these developers developing this PUD, and I'm in favor of one drive-through, because I think that we have mitigated it in many ways, and they will continue to mitigate the traffic. I'm not completely opposed to a park on the conservation zone, but I would want, if you change that, we need to go back to a PUD model. I don't want lights in my backyard. I think it needs to be how the park is developed and what is developed in the park and conservation zone. I want to have a say in it. It's in my backyard. And I also would be thoroughly opposed to anything higher than 3 stories, because again, I think that's going to hurt the traffic. And I also think that it changes the flavor of our neighborhood. We don't have high rises like that, and I don't think we need them. I can see that at some level, the mixed units, I think the current developers maybe could even do what they're currently doing and put another floor or 2 on. I don't know, you know, we'd have to go back to the PUD. But I don't think a high rise is appropriate. I think some of the high rises that have happened down by campus are not appropriate for our neighborhood. Just some off-the-cuff thoughts on what you're talking about right now. And I've been at this for 23 years with this lot, and if you send us away without something, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm really getting angry at this community after 23 years of trying to figure this out. I think it's time to figure out this lot.
Okay, thank you. Adam, over to you.
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Ann Atwater. Ms. Atwater, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, Commission. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, perfect. I'm just calling to speak in overall favor of this petition. So I would like to see it actually be zoned even higher than 6 floors. I think maybe 8 would do better for our city. Maybe not the exclusivity of this neighborhood, but it seems like if we we have a housing crisis, and we do, then we should at least go up to the current maximum stories of say 8 or 9 in this spot. And with the concerns of the neighborhood about traffic, it might be good to further amend this to remove parking minimums from this petition, or exclude it from this land use, so that we can fully deal with congestion, so we can move people instead of just cars. Thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, back over to you.
Yeah, next speaker in chambers, please. Ma'am, come on. Yeah, if you want to, sure.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Paula Stamer. I'm not a directly affected person in this matter, although I feel there will be an impact on my safety. I don't live in the Suburban Heights neighborhood. I frequently use 43rd Street, however, and frequent the businesses at that intersection. In my opinion, the traffic flow is already perilous, especially on 43rd Street. One needs to carefully consider any development where St. Michael's had been. While I understand the motion before you is significantly changed, let me comment and say that I approve very much of prohibiting any drive-through facilities. I think the traffic flow analysis that was presented by the developer and apparently approved by city staff was ludicrous. One didn't need to be an engineer to see enormous infirmities in the rationalization of the reasons why the impact would be limited. However, with regard to the current proposal, I think it is premature for the city to be voting on it. There are materially substantial changes that have been made. It's not the proposal that people were prepared to address, and I think as the motion now stands, it warrants the full review, public notice, and the opportunity to analyze and comment prior to it being put forth before this body for a vote. So I would urge you to take that under consideration. If the commission does generally approve of the proposal, I think it should be a tentative approval, and it should be subject to the same kind of public notice and scrutiny that the prior developer's proposal was subjected to. That's not to say that I necessarily have a problem with any of the elements, but they are substantially different and will have their own impacts, which need to be fully analyzed and scrutinized by the public as well as by the commission. So whichever proposal it is you're really voting on, because it's not entirely clear, I urge you to vote it down. Thank you.
Thank you. And to be clear to everybody, the motion is for this as well as the other conditions that have already been presented. And if it is approved tonight, this would come back before the commission. This would not be a final vote. Okay, Adam, over to you for our next caller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize in advance for maybe mispronouncing this name, but Ms. Kettery Gladys. Ms. Gladys, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Catering Gladys. I live west of the proposed thing in the Pinewood subdivision. I walk and currently use the sidewalks with my son, riding bikes and what back and forth from Publix and the shopping area. I am opposed to a drive-through there. What I'd like to talk a little, I mean, of course, I'd like it to be a park. I don't know, that seems to have come in, that opportunity may have seemed to come and gone. What I'd particularly have questions about is that the developer will make best efforts to save heritage trees. From what I listened to before, the developer is not, there's nothing that says a developer has to save the heritage trees. It's suggested after looking at the development that's happened on the western 23rd Avenue, as well as what's going on 39th Avenue right now. Yeah, I just want to know more. How does someone make it imperative or required to save heritage trees? Because all the plans that I've seen so far look pretty much like they're going to chop everything down and then put toothpick trees up in its place. And I think that will change the character of that corner, which is super gorgeous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gladys. Over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, next person in chambers. Welcome.
Yeah, hi. My name's Tracy Staples. I'm an affected party. I'm going to try to sort of change what I had planned to say to talk about the new motion on the table, so bear with me. I'm an affected party. My backyard backs right up to the conservation land. That's always been one of my biggest concerns. I am here tonight in support. I did work with the developers, spent so much time. They were very gracious with us. Obviously, we have over-restricted this, which I think is kind of interesting in the end. Kind of a plot twist that I'm still trying to wrap my mind around here. I have a feeling that most of the people out there that are opposed, of course they didn't want to drive through. Of course it was all about, it's been about traffic for our neighborhood for a very long time. It's also been about traffic for me. I feel like we came up with a lot of solutions here. And I would hate to see those go away just because of a few minor tweaks that we may be able to do. This has been years and years of all of our lives that have been dedicated on both sides. So just real quick, a few things that kind of stick out to me. You know, the traffic light is a big development that has happened recently, and I think that sort of eliminates the possibility of cut-through traffic. Our traffic in our neighborhood can only get better with speed tables. So I think we are only up for a net positive in the traffic situation within our neighborhood. So I think that's important to point out. I think we've come up with a lot of solutions. As far as the drive-through goes, I'm happy without a drive-through. Drive-through was always something I was hoping to take off the table. However, a shameless plug as a mom, it's hot in Florida in the middle of the summer. I have a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 6-year-old, and yes, I would love to walk down there all the time, and I would love to drag my kids in and out of the car. But drive-throughs are huge convenience for a large population of the city, and I think it's something to be considered. I don't go to Starbucks, so it's not an issue there. I would get in my really terrible car and drive to Volta because that's worth $5 a cup. But still, there is a huge convenience in a drive-through for a lot of parents, and I think that's just something to consider. Also, I know all of this or a lot of this has to do with urban sprawl. I'd also just even throw out to you that some of us that live in the city, it might actually cause us to sprawl. When we start to feel like our green spaces are going, our trees are going, things are towering over my actual literal backyard. That might, I'm not saying my family, but possibly, maybe we need to get out. Maybe we need to drive to this, these establishments instead of walk because it's no longer what we signed up for. Also, the park, I'm in support of the park. Obviously, it's going to be right in my backyard. I miss having the preschool kids that I hear playing out there on the park. I miss that sound. I can't wait to have it again. That sounds great. My concern would be the facilities to a park. Are we going to have bathrooms? And are those going to be built on the conservation land? Will there be parking put into the conservation land?
Okay,
Those are
thank you, Ms.
concerns that I have. Okay, thank you.
And just on the part, whatever happens, we'll do in cooperation with the neighbors. That's how we do our parks. We can point you to Reserve Park or Unity Park that we recently developed, and that was all done with collaboration with the users of that. So if that's what gets approved, we will absolutely involve folks in that process. Okay, Adam, back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Megan Vaverka. I apologize again if I mispronounced that name. Megan, you have 3 minutes.
No, that was great. Thank you. I would just like to say that I support the motion as it stands, specifically the part to remove the drive-through. And I'd also like to second what Meredith said regarding the wildlife in the conservation area. It's one of my favorite parts of living on the conservation, off of the conservation land directly, is being able to see all that wildlife. And I'd like to see some way of maintaining that space for them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next person in chambers. Welcome.
I would like to say that I support
the idea of dropping the drive-through. It's, in fact, I was one of the people who originally met with the developers, but it became clear over time that the possibility of a Starbucks with a drive-through was essential for continuing the discussion, and so I dropped out. So I'm in favor of dropping the drive-through. The process of getting vehicles out of the development is critical to making it function properly, and critical to it's not influencing our neighborhood with a lot of cut-through traffic. And there's some good and some bad here. The original proposal described a very dangerous intersection, exit intersection. As the traffic engineer, Mr. O'Brien, pointed out, the idea of a light would have helped that, but the light is not an assured thing. Again, as Mr. O'Brien pointed out, the county has consistently rejected that idea. Now, maybe they're going to change their minds, but that isn't for me to say. One other thing about the traffic is that the only traffic mitigation that's really helpful to those of us who live in suburban heights is traffic mitigation that keeps the exit traffic out of our neighborhood and not allowing it to come in the first place. But as far as the motion is concerned and these changes, I can't, I'm sort of a traffic guy, but I can't really determine how that will affect the traffic situation, in particular how it affects those of us who live in suburban heights.
Thank you. Adam, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Darlene Pafalo. Ms. Pafalo, you have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
We sure can, Ms. Pafalo. You're on.
Oh, thank you. I didn't hear you. Sorry. Darlene Pafalo. I, like many others, I've been in this area for 25 years. And here's my concerns, and what I have not heard is what type of businesses are going to be built there, how many businesses are going to be built there for the parking and things like that. That's very important. And I believe that corner, 43rd and 16th, is getting worse and worse and worse for even timing to get somewhere when you're trying down 43rd Street or even 16th anymore with the lights and everything else. With these, people are going to, and they will go through suburban heights to cut through to get onto 43rd Street or vice versa. And somebody mentioned speed bumps. And I remember when they started cutting them back because speed bumps hurt when you need a fire or police or ambulance. Those speed bumps slow down your help coming to your house to help you. And that is very, very important, and you need to think about that. And the thing that I would like to see, a park, of course, but you won't get as much money from a park on taxes. I would suggest doing something like Monticello, how about, or Wood Creek Village, do townhouses and condominiums, which would get you more people there, but not as much heavy traffic. That would be one thing that I would suggest. And then lastly, the other thing would be to know what kind of businesses are going in there if it has to go. I would suggest this be denied and go into more planning of other things other than businesses. That's just my 2 cents for what it's worth as a realtor here for 35 years. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Pafalo. Mr. Mayor, that's our
Anybody
last
else
caller.
in chamber wish to speak at this moment? Come on down. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Meredith Beaupre. I grew up in suburban Heights, and 3.5 years ago, my husband and I chose to buy the house next door to my parents and move back and raise our family there on one of the busiest streets, not 46, but one of the busiest ones. So I'm very sympathetic to my neighbors' concerns. I am here in support of this development. I was in the resounding opposition party in 2018. And after the church was knocked down, I became much more agreeable to working with the developers because development became imminent at that point. I have enjoyed our conversations with the developers. We have not worked through the developer's agent here in town in the last few years. We've worked directly with Kevin and Matt themselves, which I have appreciated. And they have been very honest and transparent with us during this whole time. And as you know, they have listened to pretty much all of our recommendations and have implemented most of the conditions that are in the PUD that you see before you. I recognize that we have some modifications that have been proposed. So a few things I want to point out. I'm not opposed to the drive-through. I'm neutral on having a drive-through as far as a drive-through goes. I'm okay with it because the drive-through, as presented, stacks, I believe, 40 cars, which does prevent spillover onto 23rd. That was a big concern. Those were big conversations that we had for many hours about how to prevent that, because we don't want that same thing to happen that we see in many other parts of Gainesville, where 7 or 8 cars in and all of a sudden you're blocking a lane of traffic. So that has been, I believe, mitigated in these measures, as has the traffic concerns through the neighborhood by having a full access point on the southernmost exit, as well as the potential for a traffic light. Also, I'm a very, very big fan of anybody that wants to come into our neighborhood and pay to make our streets safer. I know that the city probably does not have that funding and wouldn't be able to do it unilaterally, therefore that's not an option for us to come to you and say, hey, can you please do this? But we have a developer willing to shell out what I am guessing is a whole lot of money to make our streets safer for our children, for our families, for our pedestrians, and I feel like we should not look that gift horse in the mouth. I'm kind of surprised by the 1-story thing, but I'm okay with it. If it needs to go higher, I agree with my neighbors. I would not want to see an 8 or a 9-story thing there. I think maybe capping it at 3, because our houses are only 2 stories. I don't want to see something significantly taller than that in that area, and I would be very concerned for my neighbors who might have people viewing into their backyard. That's awkward for both parties. A park I'm very okay with if all the concerns are taken into account, including who is going to pay to maintenance that, and as Tracy pointed out, if there are facilities, who is going to pay to maintain those in the long term. I don't mind having a park there, but I would want to make sure that it's maintained. Do we have adequate law enforcement to make sure that people aren't in there after hours and things like that? And I think that's a concern that we would need to address as well if the city is going to mandate that. I think that the heritage trees, great. We should save those if possible and replant when able. I'm a big proponent of saving as much conservation land as we can. I'm trying to hit all of my points. I am looking to live in that neighborhood for the next many, many decades. So I want what is best, and I really do feel, after diligent effort, that this is the best solution that we have.
All right, very good. Thank you. Appreciate you sharing your thoughts. Adam, back to you.
Mr. Mayor, there's no one on the line at this time.
Okay, anybody in the hallway? We're going to take folks from this side, right, and just come on in and share your thoughts. And so we're gonna come in. If you're in the hallway looking at chambers, we're going to take folks on the left side, where Kevin, our security guard's desk is there. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Caitlin Rodriguez, and I live in Suburban Heights with my husband and 2 young sons. And recently talking with one of my neighbors about this very meeting was when I was out with my son walking, and we enjoy the quietness of the neighborhood and the low traffic, so I just wanted to express my support of removing the drive-through from the initial proposal, because I agree it could really bring the traffic that would decrease the safety for families or dog walkers that are wanting to be out and about in the neighborhood that moved there for that very purpose. And of course, I support saving the heritage trees. I'm glad to hear that if there's a park constructed, that there will be some neighborhood involvement as to like what that would look like, and the parking and the lighting and all of that. And I like what some neighbors have said about preserving wildlife. I don't think it's on the table to keep it completely green, but if it were, I would be in support of that. But anything to decrease traffic and make it, more of like that quiet suburban neighborhood that a lot of people initially sought out when they moved there would be what I would support.
Great, thank you. Thanks for being with us. Okay, next speaker, please. This is the fabulous Miss Malden, y'all, keeping us all fresh and clean. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Alexandra Mayer, and I am an affected party. I live on 19th and 46th Street. My parents are my neighbors, and they live on 23rd and 19th. I'm going to second, first of all, what Mr. Shaw said. I have never heard from anybody. And this is the first time that I hear that we might have a sidewalk in front of my house, because that's where the sidewalk would most likely go. I'm going to speak to you from my heart. I don't have any children, but I walk that street every single day with my dog, and I look out in the morning and see the children walking to the bus stop. And to think that we're going to have any additional cars or any additional danger for these children, for me, is heartbreaking. For more businesses, while there's already, we're already seeing in the other shopping centers that people are leaving, and we need other businesses to go and occupy those. So I am definitely in favor of looking at more about that urban mixed-use land. And I'm completely opposed through a drive-through. We don't need that anymore. I come from a very large city. I moved here 3 years ago to really look for that peace, and that's why I bought in that neighborhood, because it was so peaceful. So I am asking really for everybody, from my heart, think about the children. Think about what's going to happen to us when we're walking those streets that are already dangerous. I walk them every single day, and the cars are going fast enough as it is, regardless of the speed bumps. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please. Welcome.
Good day. Name is Ed Walcott. I'm a longtime resident of Suburban Heights, and I'd like to try and cover a couple of issues that haven't been addressed. The first one is trash, and from what I've seen, about half the trash to 2/3 of the trash in the city streets of Gainesville is food related, especially fast food, drive-by restaurants, takeout stores, stuff like that. So for that reason, I'm all in favor of getting rid of the drive-through aspect of this. The second thing is panhandling. We've got a whole group of panhandlers up around the Millhopper area. It's not a big deal, but right now they use the St. Michael's property as both a resting area and a camping out place. And as a result, you get these huge piles of trash there too, I should add. And for this reason, I'm kind of in favor if the development suggestion is made to turn this conservation area into a park. And the reason why I'm in favor of it is I think if the St. Michael's area is developed, the panhandlers are apt to move to the south and turn the conservation area into kind of a panhandler rest area. I think by turning it into a park, you'd help to stop that movement down there and probably help out the neighborhood. That's it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please. Welcome.
My name is Sandra Reeves, and I have been living in Suburban Heights longer than most of the people who have spoken here have been on this earth. I live at the intersection of 19th Avenue and 46th Street, which is going to be a very highly impacted area if the traffic becomes a cut-through, which I've been greatly concerned about. I'm excited about the proposals you have there, and I'm going to try to very quickly go through why. We have a lot of people my age and older using walkers and wheelchairs, and the proposed speed platforms or tables, I think you call them, typically narrow the street and raise it up. So these people are going to have to come into the street, go across the platform and down. They're not going to be able to jump on and off the curb if the cars come. We have on-street parking, so they're already having to maneuver around that. Now, I have lived at that intersection, and I respect the fact that they have done a traffic study, but I'm there 24/7, not just for 3 days between 9 and 5, before and after the rush traffic comes through. I am amazed we haven't had a child killed although I know we have had 2 fatalities in the area due to traffic fatalities. My neighbor, catty corner across the street, just had to be taken to the hospital with EMT. If we have speed bumps and traffic tables, speed tables, it's going to slow down the EMTs. I'm very glad that there was an expert that brought that out. Our speed limit is supposed to be 20 miles an hour, but it's not enforced. The drivers cut through our neighborhood frequently, running the stop signs. And I'm raising my 6-year-old granddaughter. I'm scared to have her in the front yard because I've had people jump the curb and take out my mailbox. And then I had a friend who had a big, huge SUV parked up against the curb in front of my house, and a car comes flying through and hits it, and in broad daylight. The traffic is already a problem. A cut through will lead to fatalities. And I'm not being over dramatic here. I have watched the changes in my neighborhood over the 33 years that I have been there, and it's not getting better. I'm very excited to hear that you're thinking about not having a drive-through, because my understanding was it's supposed to be a Dunkin' Donuts drive-through built right across the street from where the proposed property was going to have a drive-through. I don't understand why we need 2 coffee-serving drive-throughs across the street from each other. On the east side of 43rd will not affect suburban Heights traffic with cut-throughs, so I'm all for that one.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm afraid your time has expired, but we're glad you're with us tonight and sharing your thoughts.
One very quick comment. It was represented that they're saying that all these people, that the majority of the folks in suburban Heights were part of all these meetings. I've been there 33 years, and I've never been invited to a meeting.
Okay.
I've heard about it.
Thank you, ma'am.
But all the people outside, they hadn't heard of it.
Appreciate that. Yeah, ma'am, if you'll exit the other, follow the arrows. There you go.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a couple of comments on the phone in between the next 2 speakers, if you're willing to take them.
Okay, one moment, Adam. I'm going to take the next speaker here, and then I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, ma'am, you're up next. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Channing, and I am an affected party of the planned development. I live at the corner, the southeast corner of 19th Avenue and 46th Street, where there is also a circle. And, this basically has changed since there has been a move to, a motion to move away from the mixed low-use intensity to urban mixed-use land use. I would be more in favor of that than ever having another Starbucks close to my neighborhood. The things that I'm really concerned with is, I live on 19th Avenue. If Starbucks were to go in, or another drive-through type of restaurant, inevitably the traffic flow onto 19th Avenue will change from what the survey was 2, 3, maybe 4 individual cars coming in a day that are not part of the neighborhood, that may be cut through traffic, to 300. That's a shock to my system where I live, right on the street where I live, where I roam with my neighbors, we talk, we walk. It's been the reason why I moved there was it's a beautiful, tranquil neighborhood. I've built a friendship with so many people, with my neighbors. It's a lifestyle that I don't want to give up. And I mean, I'm sorry, but the developer is not from our community. He's from Atlanta, Georgia. He doesn't know what we feel like living in this neighborhood, the beauty and the tranquility of this neighborhood. When I think about people that drive through Starbucks, they're going to have to make a right-hand turn onto 19th Avenue, come up to the circle, make a right-hand turn to go back up to 46th Street to turn left on 23rd Avenue. During that process, how many cups, how many napkins, straws, paper of all different types, they're going to litter our neighborhoods. Is Starbucks going to pay for cleaning my neighborhood up? I'm going to have to be picking up garbage all of the time. I know what I'm talking about because I've experienced it in the previous location that I've lived. I don't want garbage in my neighborhood. we keep a really beautiful, pristine neighborhood where old people can walk safely without.
Ma'am, you might want to step back in front of the mic.
Yeah, sorry. We're old people, myself included, bicyclists, mothers pushing their kids in strollers. I mean, we're all enjoying the neighborhood. We're going to lose a precious gem if we allow Starbucks to go in. I'd be much happier to see a planned unit development go up.
Great. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate
Well,
you
I
being
still
with
have
us tonight.
22 seconds.
No, you're over. See the clock going at the wrong direction there?
Well, I just wanted to say something
Well,
anyhow.
no, I mean, I got to be fair to everybody and give everybody the same time. So we appreciate you being with us tonight. And if you stick around, there's still the second part that you'll get to share more. Adam, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nancy Darren, now you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, commissioners. I've lived in this area since 1999 and watched the changes over the years. This motion is a vast improvement over what was being proposed. Getting rid of the drive-through is essential. Any of us who live in that area know what the traffic is like now and what would happen if that were to be included. So I'm very glad to see you remove that. I think I hear what you're saying about density and all, but given the location and the uniqueness and this being the only place left that's really special now in this area, I think going above 3 stories would be a terrible mistake. And the park conservation land being protected and enhanced, I think, is fabulous. I would make your number 11 much stronger and not just say to make best efforts, but really we require as much preservation of mature trees as possible and creating a dense buffer that speaks to our soul there. It's the last bit of green. And what happened with the Arby's, I can't believe that was allowed to happen. What's happened with CBS? We have to have a livable place, and as you all said, to move away from a car-centric set of uses, having that cooling, that green infrastructure is absolutely essential, and to hold on to a remnant of what makes that particular parcel just so beautiful, special, and unique, and really keeps our area much more livable, walkable, and friendly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in chambers, please. Welcome.
Hello. As someone who observes local government a lot, I am very disturbed by the trend this represents. The idea that the fact that it ever came up to have the idea of a drive-through coming out into a residential street opposite the through streets, the property, the business is serving from, it's a cavalier attitude about the residents of that neighborhood. But that's just one thread of a larger fabric. Working about equitable development around the city, these things just keep happening. Over here on East University, the Waffle House is going to have a drive-through exiting onto Southeast First Avenue in front of single-family homes and a daycare. You're about to put the 1,000-bed student complex in Fifth Avenue, where subsidized housing used to support part of the historic black population of that neighborhood. GRU, your GRU, is in its third attempt to foist an unwanted solar array on black neighborhoods out toward Archer. Good for them or not, but without bothering to connect with the neighbors and really get them to understand what's happening. It's local government enabling developers, giving them impunity to inflict deliberate and predictable harm is not the place of government. You're supposed to protect the citizens. And this desperation to have developers come in and spend anything and write their own ticket, it's just not worth it.
Thank you. Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kara Van Mulsen. Ms. Mulsen, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you to the commissioners for proposing the motion. I'm in full support of no drive-throughs and also anything to reduce urban sprawl. I moved to Suburban Heights about a year and a half ago with my husband and our son, who's now 5 years old. My son has learned to ride his bike in the neighborhood, and he likes to ride around on the weekends. And as it's been mentioned, there are no sidewalks for him to ride on, so he rides on the street. We live on Northwest 17th Place, so that is a street that could be a potential target for a lot of cut-through traffic if the Starbucks drive-through were to go in. So we are very much opposed to that part of the development. So really appreciate seeing your motion to not support the drive-through. The idea of the park is a really interesting one. We, have a young son, as I mentioned. There's no park in walking distance here. I mean, the closest one's on 8th Avenue. It's probably 2 miles, to walk, which is a little too much when you have a young child, just to go over to the playground. So something closer to our neighborhood, the people who are on this side of the neighborhood, would be really welcome. And I think just in general, thinking about the walkability of this area, we moved here from New York City, and we also lived in St. Augustine for a little while downtown. So walkability was something that was important to us in the places we previously lived. So when we chose this neighborhood, we liked the fact that you could walk to Publix, Fresh Market, and the other businesses around there. But what I've realized living here is this area isn't, yes, it's walking distance, but it's not walkable. It's harrowing to cross the street, to cross 43rd, to cross 23rd. If you have a child and you're crossing those intersections, it's already, a hair-raising experience. And to add a drive-through would just encourage more traffic, more vehicles, and reduce the walkability of the area even further, and reduce its potential to become a more walkable, livable area. I think Florida in general tends to move toward car culture, and I would love to see Gainesville move away from that. And this area has potential, but including a Starbucks drive-through or a drive-through of that kind really discourages the walkability that could make this area special and preserve what we do have here already. So thank you for the motion to not include a drive-through, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker in the chamber, please. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Susan Shakow. The Shakow family has owned a home in Suburban Heights since 1973. Obviously, we have seen tremendous development in that part of Gainesville. And my husband and I have lived in this home for 10 years, and we are actually at the apex of 19th and 46th. So when that cut-through traffic comes through, they will be driving toward our house and then taking a right-hand turn to 46 to 23rd, again in front of our house. So we feel that we're going to have tremendous impact, and I am terribly grateful that you are at least considering eliminating the drive-through. As far as the neighborhood is concerned, we have not been represented by the developer. As far as I'm concerned, we live very close to the area that they've talked about, and we have never been invited to a meeting. And I just recently learned that there is a small group of people involved in this, and I do hope the commissioners understand that. So thank you for your consideration. And again, the heritage trees, please emphasize that. We hate to lose that. It's very special. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, anybody else on the phone?
Mr. Mayor, we're good for the moment, but if you could check in every 5 or 10 minutes, that would be terrific.
Yeah, before we end public comment on this motion, we'll go back to you.
Thanks, sir.
Once Ms. Malden is done, then ma'am, you're free to speak. Welcome.
Chance to speak. I have lived at 3 doors down, 3 houses down from 23rd Avenue on 46th Street for about 37 years. We walk the street, we work in our front yard. Since there are no sidewalks, our garden goes to the curb. We have to put recycle bins out in the street sometimes to get the traffic to go far enough away from us so that we don't feel threatened by danger, even with the traffic as it is now. I am delighted, I am absolutely delighted to hear the proposal with no drive-through, because that's just terrifying to my neighbor who walks the street with his little dog with a cane every day, to children that I've seen, little tiny ones on scooters and babies in strollers and that kind of thing. The other thing, the last point I want to make is that I live across the street, 3 doors down. I have never been contacted to be a part of the conversation with the developers, although I don't back up to the property, but I live on the street that would be affected. And so I think the misrepresentation that has happened here has made me very unhappy, and I would like to have all of us be a part of the conversation to make this city whole. One other thing I just thought of, we met with 2 or 3 commissioners by Zoom, and I think I heard, if I remember right, that one of Gainesville's goals is to have a park within 10 minutes walking of every home. I may have heard that, I may not remember right, but I think that's a really good idea. A park in this location would serve probably 200 homes within 10 minutes or less walking. And we wouldn't have to cross any major streets, and we could take our children there, we could sit there with each other and visit. So I think it's a really good idea to have a park. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please. Welcome. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Roger Austin. I live in Suburban Heights. There's an old saying, seeing is believing, and I don't need really a study to know that traffic is worse than it used to be, that people are cutting through Suburban Heights, that a lot of them are doing so at 40 to 50 miles an hour, which is the real problem, that some of the people driving 40 to 50 miles an hour are my own neighbors, or to know that people are getting hurt and killed in traffic around town. I'm currently opposed to the rezoning petition that was on the table when we walked in the door tonight. My concern today, as in 2018, is traffic, and my letter from 2018 is still, I think, in the packet and still applicable. 43rd Street, as we all know, and as was said at this same meeting 3 years ago, is the new Main Street of Gainesville. This is due to decades of growth to the north and to the west. This is also due to a terrible, irreversible decision by a prior commission 30 or 40 years ago to never 4-lane 34th Street. Thus, most of the traffic from the north and the west are essentially funneled onto 43rd Street and eventually to the corner of 23rd Avenue and 43rd Street. I'm not for worse traffic, nobody is. I'm not even wild about the status quo. What I'm for is an improvement to traffic, and I'd like to see some of the proposals made guarantees and be put in writing. I'd like to sort of mention and invoke the old merger doctrine that has sort of governed real estate and real estate lawyers and real estate transactions for centuries. and that is this: at the signing and delivery of a deed, all the prior representations, oral and written, are merged into the deed, meaning if it's not in writing and not incorporated into the deed and the other recorded documents, it's not binding. So I hear talk of traffic calming devices. I hear talk of car stacking, like they have stacking on the 53rd Street Starbucks and the 13th Street Starbucks and the Chick-fil-A on Archer, and like they used to have on the 39th Avenue exit off of I-75 onto 39th Avenue by Santa Fe, where people were getting killed because the stacking wasn't appropriate. I don't know if anybody's going to get killed here, but stacking is a very big deal. I hear talk of speed humps or bumps or tables. I hear talk of a traffic light on 43rd Street. What I'd like to see is all of these assurances or whatever in writing. I'd like to see a brief few weeks or months delay to get it in writing. I'd like to be able to be in favor of something, but right now I'm not. But seeing is believing. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next speaker, please. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Tony Dillamazzo. I'm an affected resident of Suburban Heights. I'm on 46th Street, just north of 19th. I applaud you for at least trying to make the proposal a little bit better. I don't think it's gone far enough. I'm opposed to the drive-through. I believe that retail in that spot is crazy when there is empty spaces across the street that are uninhabited by any tenants. It's just ridiculous. We're going to become like every other city out there with shopping center after shopping center after shopping center. The heritage trees, I'm opposed to the sidewalk. The city of Gainesville is trying to build canopy in our neighborhood. They paid for 5 maples to be put between where the sidewalk would be today if you built a sidewalk. My neighbors will put an additional 4 trees that the city paid for, put in, an arborist came out, planned it all out, engineers looked at pipes, make sure that roots wouldn't mess anything up. It's just crazy to think that all that's going to be torn off when we're trying to build a canopy and build a city the way we want it. Currently, I've seen some of my elderly neighbors with the speed tables fall. I actually helped one of them about a week ago because the dog got startled by a car, pulled him down onto the grass because he was trying to avoid the speed table. All those things in combination just makes life miserable in Suburban Heights. We currently have a tremendous amount of traffic. At 8:30 in the morning when I try backing up, I have to wait. 5:30 in the afternoon when I go out for a walk with my dog, there's definitely more traffic, and it's not just neighbors. I believe the residents that are approving of this plan are mostly the ones that are on a street that are not affected by traffic, and that their backyards back up to the easement or the conservation area that will be expanded. And that's what they wanted. They want their backyard to be private, quiet, clean, no homeless people, because I know they've had bottles thrown into their yards and so forth. I personally have never been approached by anybody representing the developers. I would have been at those meetings. I work from home. I have no problem stopping my work and going to a meeting at whatever time it is. I was never approached and never given a voice to be able to talk about what would be the best thing and the best use for that. I believe the best thing would be 2 to 3 stories, apartments or condos or townhouses, but we don't need more retail space. There's plenty of retail space within the area there. You all mentioned it, doctor's offices, 2 grocery stores, pizza, burgers, banks, gas stations, CVS, pharmacy, Publix pharmacy. We don't need more retail. What we're doing is an atrocity to the community.
All right,
that
thank you,
needs to
sir.
be stopped.
Appreciate you being with us tonight. Adam, you got anybody else?
Mr. Mayor, there's no one on the line right now.
Okay, do we have anybody else waiting out there, Officer Teasley? Okay, thank you. So we're going to close public comment at this time on this motion and turn back to the commission. We do have a motion on the floor to approve the petition with the well, I'm at 10 conditions that were presented originally, but with the 5 modifications to those 10 conditions that you see up here on the screen. So I'll go to Commissioner Sacco.
Mr. Mayor, I just thought it'd be good to cover very briefly some of the issues that were raised. And I'm just going to start with one, and I'm about to become very unpopular. I think it is horrendously, insultingly cruel to say something like, will we make sure the homeless don't come near this park when living in a house that costs $250,000 to over $500,000? That becomes the main concern of anyone in this room is shameful. So it actually hurt to hear that. That said, no one is advocating for a high rise. If the max of a building is 6 stories plus 8 with a special use permit, I don't think anyone here wants a high rise there. That has not been proposed. The issue of traffic, not building it is not going to reduce the traffic in the area. So voting no doesn't stop the problems you already have. Voting yes does move forward with modifications that the developer and the applicant have offered to give in writing for the next item. So it is in writing. This mixed use allows for more than retail. It is not going to be solely retail space. It can be, with this use, it is allowed to be so many things, so many services that are useful. And when we get to the zoning area, we can hopefully expand it to be many more uses. I think that what we've presented here is a very open and potentially inclusive use of this space that will benefit people in the community who hopefully can come to here for services, not just those that live in a $500,000 house. Thank you.
Commissioner Ward.
I have a lot of thoughts that I'll try to keep relatively compact over a couple hours of information here that I want to get back out. What we can do with this motion, and I'll tell you up front, I don't support the motion, but for a few reasons. What this does is limit a few things, like it takes away the drive-through, which I support. I don't want there to be a drive-through. It requires a park be constructed, not very specifically, but it requires that a park be constructed. It allows a more dense usage, which I support, but that's not what's on the table right now. So what's on the table is single story. Now that could change. They could come back to us with something different. But under under this motion, it's still possible to build exactly what you've asked for as petitioners without the drive-through, basically. And I don't know if that's viable or not, but my concern, so let me say, I don't dislike this motion. But I do dislike the idea that, dislike is not right, I'm uncomfortable with the idea that a great deal of engagement was spent in a variety of ways, some of it directly to people who live in the neighborhood, some of it through rumor, some of it not directly to people in the neighborhood at all, about a specific project. And now on the fly, we're talking about adding the potential of additional stories to the whole thing. We're changing the rules. It's a different argument, a different discussion on the fly. And I don't want to do that. Now, the person who talked about having been working on this for so many years, I am so sorry. I hear you, and And I'll tell everybody, sooner or later, something's gonna be built here. I mean, that's going to happen. What we need to do is make sure that it's the best possible thing for whoever the owners are at that point, for Suburban Heights and for Gainesville. And it doesn't need to be, I'll tell you what it needs to be. I'm not comfortable with swapping it up on the fly. I would prefer that we make minimal modifications or no modifications to whatever comes in front of us on the dais. But going back to the neighborhood, and people could turn on the news tonight at 11 o'clock and see that what they had originally been prepared for is not what got passed. Significantly, potentially, I'm not comfortable with. Now, I will tell you, I went and looked this up just as we were talking and listening. 2 blocks away, 3 blocks away, is the atrium, which is 5 stories. And I don't think most people would think that the atrium is obtrusive in any sort of way. It's pretty decent residential development. It's quiet, it's leafy. Something like that could certainly happen. Not that big, but something like that could happen in this spot. I like the idea of mixed use. Again, I like most of what's on this list, but I don't like switching it up on the fly. It's not what people were prepared for, and I don't think that's fair. So I am sorry to have to vote against this. I don't want to make it 24, or 25, or 26 years. I really don't. But I don't think it's fair to swap it up on the fly, and so I'm not going to vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to a vote in just a moment. I want to thank everybody for being here tonight, sharing your comments. I'm sorry, Commissioner Johnson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. For many of the same reasons that Harvey mentioned, I'm not going to be able to support the motion. I've heard that there was a pretty significant community engagement process. It sounds like there could be more. And I'm really a big proponent of making sure that folks' voices are heard when we make really big decisions. And something that I do agree with, that many of you all have said on the commission, is that, you know, this does need to be a place for housing. Now, workforce housing are the words that I've heard used. I'm a proponent of workforce housing in addition to low income and very low income housing. That is what I believe this space could be used for. I don't believe this motion gets us there, because that's not what's being considered. If we had that proposal in front of us right now, I would absolutely consider taking this through a process where the neighborhood would talk about it and then it coming back to us and considering that. I believe that if we pass this tonight, then we are opening this up for any type of development for 6 stories. It could be good and it could be beneficial for our city, or it could not. And I'm not willing to take the risk that there would be more luxury housing because we have a dearth of it in this city, as opposed to what we really need. So for all of those reasons, I'm not going to be able to support the motion. You know, if it doesn't pass, I look forward to an additional proposal, considering everything that the commission has said, for us to consider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So again, thank you everybody for sharing all your thoughts with us. For those that have been involved in the process for 23 years, for those that got involved in the process a few weeks ago. You know, what I heard overwhelmingly is concerns about traffic. And I believe, first and foremost, this motion addresses that primary concern with the elimination of the drive-through. In fact, just about everybody that came up and spoke, whether they're generally in favor or not, spoke in the affirmative about the removal of the drive-through from the proposal. The underlying land use, let's just be clear, allows for 6 stories with an additional 2 stories with special considerations of office. The motion allows for 4 stories by right, with additional 2 stories under certain conditions. And so the motion actually limits the vertical size of the development. I think keeping with the what fits with that corner, I believe that this motion will allow for the highest, best use of that plot of land. And we absolutely, I'm going to go back to my original statement. To think that that piece of property would end up being 3 buildings with limited commercial space is such an underutilization, and that's a 50-year decision. I want to open it up slightly, I think, with the exclusion of the drive-through, but the allowance of some residential to go on those second, third, and fourth floors would be an ideal use. As the traffic engineer, who's your neighbor that called in, pointed out, that's not drive-through traffic, that's captured. Those are people that are there, they stay, they might own a car, they might not, but they're not adding to the overall congestion of the area because they're not driving through. So I believe that this is a good motion that advances the project, that addresses the major concerns of the neighborhood. Got to go back to Lincoln. You can please all the people some of the time and some of the people all the time, but you can never please all the people all the time. That's true of any development plan. But I believe that this motion and this plan achieves the goals of the vast majority of the people that we've heard from, whether they came in here today in support or in opposition to this development. I think that most people support most of what has been proffered in this motion. So with that, Madam Clerk will move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
No.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Say again.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Simmons is absent, and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 4-2 with Johnson and Ward in dissent and Simmons absent. Okay, folks, we've been sitting and talking and thinking for a long time. We're going to take a short recess just to stretch our legs. We will be in recess until 9 o'clock. We'll reconvene at 9 o'clock. Okay, welcome back. We'll call this meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, can you please introduce our next item?
Absolutely. Our next item is, turning my page. Our next item is 200885 Wilson rezoning St. Michael's Church property with a recommendation from staff to approve petition PB-20-142.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Shelley, I'll turn it over to you, Madam Shelley. Madam Attorney, Miss Shelley, I'll turn it over to you to lay out our sort of legal procedures for a formal quasi-judicial hearing.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. So yes, you're now into the rezoning, which is the quasi-judicial hearing. I'll just go over the requirements for a quasi-judicial hearing briefly, and then we'll talk about process. So in a quasi-judicial hearing, there are 3 components. You need to provide procedural due process, and that consists of notice, which staff has provided. You must each individually be able to be an unbiased decision maker. And after we get the swearing in of parties done, you all will each need to, if you received ex parte communications, you'll need to disclose that for the record and just state whether you're able to be an unbiased decision maker. And then the third part is you must give parties, and that's the petitioner and all of the affected parties, the opportunity to be heard, to present evidence and cross-examine if they choose to. The second prong is you need to apply the correct law in making your decision. And to aid you in doing that, the staff report will walk you through the staff's analysis of whether this petition is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development code requirements. And then finally, you need to base your decision on competent substantial evidence. And what that means is you need to listen to and read the fact-based information that has been presented to you at this hearing. And you need to rely on that fact-based evidence, not on mere generalized statements of opposition, to reach a conclusion that a reasonable mind would accept to support your decision. So those are basically the components of a quasi-judicial hearing and what you need to focus on this evening. I've talked to the clerk, and to try to help streamline things, given that some of the parties are participating in person and others via the phone or through the Zoom platform, what the clerk is going to do at the outset is collectively swear everyone. So what we're going to ask is whether it's staff who is there in the room or participating virtually, the petitioner, and all of the people who are affected parties. So even if you're on the phone as an affected party listening, when the clerk swears you in, please raise your right hand and do the swearing in at your home or wherever you are. And then what we'll do is when each affected party gets up to speak, we'll just ask that they first identify that they received actual notice from the city, and then second, confirm that they were sworn in. And if anyone gets missed because they had stepped away or whatever, the clerk can individually swear them. But hopefully this way we won't have to do that with each and every person. And lastly, if you approve this petition tonight, I've talked with staff, and what we're going to do is work to bring the ordinances back to you for your June 17th regular meeting. We think there'll be enough time to get that done. So that's all that I have. Your process as set forth in your rules, the first thing that you'll do, we're not going to be able to do a determination of affected party status at this point, but the first thing will be the swearing in of all parties. Then you all will disclose any ex parte communications. Staff will present the petitioner, the affected parties for and against, then a closing and public comment, and finally you deliberate and vote. And that's it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shelley, for that. Madam Clerk, the list of affected parties that I have received, I think via your office, consists of Addison Staples, Tracy Staples, Chris Goodrich, Meredith Goodrich, Christiana Shaw, Marcia Mott, and Harry Shaw. who apparently have a presentation, Ronald Randalls, who has a presentation, Janine Repetto, and Roger Austin has an asterisk next, but it doesn't indicate what the asterisk is.
So, Mr. Mayor, those are the parties that have requested a formal hearing. The affected party list is about 80 plus individuals. And the asterisk, I believe, is to represent an individual that requested to be an affected party, but is not on our list. So we would need him to affirm that he indeed is an affected party, or to declare that he might be an indirect party.
Okay. So if we have the same number of affected parties as we did in our first item, I think it's reasonable to limit comments to 3 minutes apiece. Just because of the numbers, and I am not positive, but I imagine many of the comments and points will be the same as the first round. So we are going to limit comments to 3 minutes per person per affected party. Let me lay out the run of show here. As the attorney just said, determination of affected party status, swearing in. After that, we'll do the ex parte disclosure, introduction of the matter by staff. That will be 3 minutes. Our staff will have 3 minutes to introduce the matter. The petitioner will then get up to, but not more than 20 minutes. The staff presentation will be up to, but not more than 10 minutes. Then we'll do any affected party for or in favor, and they'll get 3 minutes each. And then we'll do any affected party that's against or in opposition. They'll get 3 minutes apiece. Then there'll be a rebuttal time for the petitioner and the staff of 5 minutes. Then there'll be a closing by the petitioner, staff, and affected parties, 3 minutes total. I have 3 minutes per person. Then general public comment if you're not an affected party. If you are an affected party, you will not also speak at public comment. You'll either speak at affected party status, or you'll not speak then and speak at the end of public comment. And then finally, after that is all done, the commission will deliberate, make a motion, and vote. Okay? So it's a bit of an involved process. So let's start, Madam Clerk, with the swearing in of all of the affected parties as well as our staff.
Okay, if all parties would please raise your right hand at this time. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge? The answer is I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. They almost all figured out the answer before you cheated and told them. And then again, as she said, we'll just kind of affirm as every person gets up and ask that you already have been sworn in. If you missed it somehow, you will be able to do it at that time. Okay, disclosure of inadvertent ex parte communication. Any communication, I'll just go down the road, y'all. You don't have to put on your lights because I know the answer to all of it. We'll start with you, Commissioner Sacco.
I've received many ex parte communications, but I believe I can be impartial. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Ariola.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I've had ex parte communication, but I can be an impartial.
Okay, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I've had ex parte communications, but I believe I can be impartial.
Okay, Commissioner Ward.
Mr. Mayor, I have received many emails, but ex parte communications, but I believe I can be impartial.
Commissioner Johnson.
I have received ex parte communication, and I know that I can be impartial.
And I too have received many ex parte communications. I can and will be impartial. All right, then we're on to introduction of the matter by staff. Up to 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening again, Mayor and Commissioners. So I will not give my full presentation yet, as we're just introducing the item, but the request is to rezone the property from office and conservation to planned development. And again, the property is located at 4315 Northwest 23rd Avenue. The existing zoning is office and conservation. And that's it for the introduction.
Okay, thank you. You did that in 26 seconds. All right, petitioner, this is your opportunity to present the zoning application. Please come forward, introduce yourself, and hold on, I've got to switch my time up here. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Kevin Frazier. I'm a partner with Wilson Development Group. I gave the bulk of the presentation during the land use section, so I'm not going to go through the entire 35-slide presentation again, but I will go through in detail the conditions that are within the PD document itself, because I did not have time to go through those earlier. So speaking to the specific types of allowed uses that we had proposed, one of those obviously being conservation with associated maintenance and stormwater, retail, sales, and services. And I'm sorry, this is condition number 1 of the PD document that I'm reading. Professional office services, financial institution. We had listed restaurant, and obviously we had a coffee shop with an associated drive-through to be an allowed use. Wine and cheese shop, and then a daycare and/or childcare facility. Condition number 2 listed prohibited uses, included flea markets, tattoo parlors, smoke and vape shops, head shops, massage parlors, escort services, adult entertainment, laundromats, crematoriums, fuel stations, convenience stores, indoor and outdoor storage facilities, discount stores, repair shops, except that electronic repair shops or bicycle repair shops would be an allowed use. Multifamily residences, medical emergency facilities, amusement services / arcades, social service centers, halfway houses, substance abuse rehabilitation centers, residential housing, including apartments over retail, grocery, food trucks, and a liquor store, and/or a liquor store. Condition number 3 applied to the total square footage for the project, not to exceed 32,000 feet. Condition number 4 included the maximum height, or excuse me, maximum number of freestanding buildings to be limited to a total of 5. The businesses with more intensive uses and longer hours of operation were to be oriented to the northern portion of the site and decrease in intensity as you head south. Condition number 6 was related to the building height, which obviously was touched on during the land use, but as it was written in this version, was limited to 1 story. The hours of operation were limited to 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. And there was condition number 8 applying to site maintenance and deliveries that no outdoor cleaning, construction, or other noisy activities such as deliveries could occur between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. We broke up the conditions again into other various categories specific to design standards, landscaping, and stormwater maintenance facility outside of the conditions I just listed. So the design standards applied to the proximity of the buildings to the main road, and that they had to be a certain distance from the main road. The exterior building facades would have to be attractively designed and maintained. That signage would be in accordance with the City of Gainesville's sign code and should enhance safe ingress and egress, be informative and attractive. That all proposed uses and accessory uses and associated activities would be self-contained on the site and would not adversely impact adjacent residential neighborhoods with respect to noise, odors, and/or lighting. So the restaurants were prohibited from occupying the southernmost building nearest the conservation line or conservation easement. And in other words, the restaurant shall not operate within 210 feet of the southernmost property line, which abuts the residentially zoned houses that are located on 20th in Suburban Heights. The transportation conditions specifically limited the development to a maximum of 3 access points, 2 on Northwest 43rd Street and 1 on Northwest 23rd Avenue. Condition number 16 applied to the exact dimensions of the southern access road and the amount of land that would be rededicated as conservation. Condition 17 had applied to the fact that only one drive-through use would be allowed, and that use could only be by a coffee shop, fast casual restaurant, or a financial institution, and that all areas of traffic would be directed to reduce potential traffic cutting through suburban heights and also minimize conflict with pedestrian and bicycle traffic routes. All the parking was to be located or is to be located on-site only. No off-site parking would be allowed. Crosswalks would be provided, and that the owner and developer would be responsible for traffic mitigation measures if approved by the various governing authorities. We would also be responsible for the cost of installing additional traffic calming measures as may be approved by each municipality, such as traffic reducing measures within the neighborhood itself, and that we would investigate the modification to the intersection Northwest 23rd Avenue and 46th Street regarding limiting left turning movements during certain hours to enhance the safety of the school bus stop there. We did have those conversations with the city, and they did indicate that they would not support closing off that road or limiting the turning movements for that road, as it would have an adverse impact on the traffic on 23rd. The conditions 23 through 31 specifically relate to landscaping. Proximity of sidewalks, screened fencing with plantings, hedging and walls erected and maintained at least 3 feet in height. The parking lot layout, landscaping, buffering, and screening should avoid any spillover light onto adjacent properties and residential areas. The screening may need to be combined with landscaping, berms, and walls, such as was referenced to the conservation area with the berm and with the privacy wall. That highway-style guardrail, chain link fencing, or barbed wire or razor wire would be prohibited unless required by GRU in order to ensure protection around transformers or backflow preventers or mechanical elements. We listed that landscaping would consist of multiple plant heights, density, and species. We also specifically referenced the 8-foot barrier wall to be constructed of masonry in an attractive manner that would run from 2011 Northwest 43rd Terrace to 4410 Northwest 20th Place, also referred to as lots 13 through 15 of Suburban Heights Unit 7, Plat Book H, page 13. We specifically listed in condition 31 that a landscape berm would be constructed along the southern boundary of the southern access point to create a visual and sound barrier between the commercial development, and that condition 32 specifically relates to the stormwater management facility, that it would be designed so that there is not an increase in the post-development rate and volume runoff for the 25-year critical duration storm event and the post-development conditions, and that conditions 34 specifically reference the easement and the preservation of the conservation easement, expanding the zone, and that it's subject to legal counsel for benefit of the Suburban Heights affected parties, that no commercial or residentially tenant occupied structure may be located within the conservation easement area with the exception of stormwater management, residential privacy walls, public utility infrastructure related to the development itself, and applicable access for maintenance. Conditions 35 and 36 reference the ongoing efforts with the city's transportation and mobility departments, as well as the Alachua County Public Works Department regarding traffic mitigation measures, both within the neighborhood and then on the streets 43rd and 23rd.
All right, thank you, Mr. Frazier. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ryan Thompson with CHW, agent for the applicant. I would just like to note that the order shifted just slightly. We did add 2 conditions. That may be why they're not exactly as they are in your packet. We added 2 transportation conditions that are now 23 and 24, and then everything kind of shifted. The last 2 that Mr. Frazier read. And I do, for the record, would like to have our application materials as well as our presentation and testimony this evening be reflected in the record from last item for this rezoning item as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And if anybody's looking at the most recent documentation and backup, that reflects the change that you made. So anyway, I'm looking at it now, and it has that order.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just
All right, thank you. Anything else from the applicant at this time? Okay, thank you both. So up next, we are going to have our staff presentation.
Yes, me again. So I believe we are all familiar with the property location at this point in time. Taking a look at the surrounding zoning districts. To the north, there is county commercial zoning. City mixed-use low-intensity zoning is to the east. Single-family zoning is to the south, and public services and operations and conservation is to the west. So this is the proposed PD layout plan again, showing 2 vehicular access points on 43rd Street and 1 on Northwest 23rd Avenue. The land use data on this plan specifies the area for conservation is about 3.7 acres and the developable area is about 3.3 acres. So the plan proposes setbacks that are consistent with transect zoning. And you know, some of these conditions are likely to change, it sounds like, based on the discussions with the land use item, but I'll just go through the application as it was originally presented. So the maximum building area was presented as 32,000 square feet, the maximum height as 1 story. The plan board had, the city plan board, when they heard this item, they had provided feedback that they would like to see the position of the proposed buildings located close to the street, consistent with transect zone requirements. So the applicant has shown the 3 proposed buildings adjacent to 43rd Street, and the drive-through building is pushed back a little bit further, although sounds like we're not going to be looking at this as a drive-through use potentially, but that building was pushed back further from the street to accommodate for queuing and stacking of that use. So this is the conceptual plan that was provided by the applicant. So this further shows the buildings close to the street.
Ms. McMullen, are you thinking that we're able to see your screen?
Oh, yeah. I just realized I'm not screen sharing. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, backing up. All right, so this is the proposed, the PD layout plan. Showing those driveway connections on 43rd again and 23rd, showing the buildings up close to the street and the conservation area to the south. Conceptual layout plan. And then these are the conditions that the applicant just went through, the 4 pages of conditions. So I do have those here if I need to pull them up on the screen for you. These are the renderings that the applicant had shown with the previous presentation. So these are just more for your reference again. And staff has reviewed the petition in terms of review criteria in section 30-3.15. In addition to section 30-3.17, which has specific review requirements for the PD zoning designation. So staff does find that the review criteria is met, and specifically in regards to conformance with the PD purpose, staff believes that the special conditions proposed here are unique and warrant adoption of a PD zoning category. So all of the conditions that the applicant had just shared, those would not be possible with a sort of a classic zoning category, but it would be possible with a PD zoning. So staff does recommend approval of the petition. The city plan board similarly had a 3-3 tie vote on this item when they heard it back in March or February, I believe. And that concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McMullen. Next, we will move to affected parties for this rezoning. We'll start with anybody in chambers that would like to speak for this rezoning. You can come forward now. Welcome back. Just reintroduce yourself and affirm that you have been sworn in.
Yes.
All right, very good.
So my name's Tracy Staples. I'm back. I guess I kind of said everything that I need to say. I guess my only concern at this point, because I obviously don't fully understand what happened with all the changes, is that, in my opinion, the intensity has significantly increased, which I understand. And now my concerns are that the traffic calming measures don't seem to be written into the PUD. They don't seem to be firmed up. They don't seem to be like assurances at this point. So I don't know if that's something that you guys can make a motion that this is approved contingent on the fact that we can get that stoplight approved and get the speed humps into our neighborhood. I am concerned that maybe the amount of revenue the developers may get may be decreased now that they do not have that tenant, and maybe they will not be so excited to do all of these measures for us while the intensity has significantly increased from where we all thought they were. And I say that because I know that we have talked about, we would like this to be a walkability issue. We want people to walk there. I think it's a great direction for our city to go, but I think we all know that we're not quite there yet. And so there's going to be a lot of traffic that drives to these uses. And so I think that the mitigation efforts are still necessary, and they don't feel exactly in a contract to me yet with this approval. So I don't know if I'm off there, and maybe they are assurances at this point, but that's kind of all I have to say. So yeah, I guess I'm standing here now because I'm approving it, or I ask you to approve it. So thank you.
Thank you. And before our next speaker, just a little bit different with this one. We'll make a motion after everyone has spoken, and that is where we can ask for certain specific assurances. And the other thing is that the neighborhood roads are city roads, and so we have discretion over what kind of things can and can't go there in the right-of-way. The 43rd is a county road, so we cannot obligate the county to do something or not do something. That's something that the applicant would have to work with the county on it. I'm speaking specifically of the signal there. That no matter what we say, that's not something the city has any authority over. Okay, next speaker in favor of the petition. Welcome back, and just want to affirm you were sworn in.
Hi, I'm Jeannie Rapetto, and yes, I am sworn in, and I back up to the conservation zone, and I will try not to get so upset this time. So it is true that though my first time I came before you, and we didn't even make it this far, to talk about this land property was in 1998 for Eckarts, and my daughter was 2 and she's now 25. So it is true that it's time to do something. I have worked with 3 developers, and this is the first developer that has listened to us. And although I know many of my neighbors say they weren't part of the discussion, they were invited at some point to be part of the discussion. And I chose to move forward to work with the developers. Even after the church was torn down on Christmas, the day after Christmas, which was very painful to hear, because we need to be proactive. So I think that the PUD and the developers really have met many of my concerns. You've added a couple of concerns today. If it is a park, which is fine, again, I want somehow put into the PUD that there will be some level of discussion of a nice little walking neighborhood park, a pocket park with not much of else in there. I know this was last time, but I really would not like anything much higher than a 3 or 4 story building. Just letting you know that. But I appreciate you taking all this into consideration, and I hope that we can come up with something at the end of the day, the end of the evening, that all of us can be happy about. And again, you've taken some of the financial incentive away from these developers, so I hope that we can still have this and have it with their support financially that they're willing to give us to make it safer. And aside, I know that 43rd's not your road, but could you please talk to the county? It's impossible to cross that street to get to Publix from where I live. I am fearful every time I do it, so we got to come up with something. And their light would help, because you could put a crosswalk much further in a safer place rather than at the corner of 23rd and 43rd. Thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay, anybody else in chambers wanting to speak in favor of the petition? Going once, going twice. Okay, anybody out in the hallway or out front that wants to come forward at this time and speak in favor of the petition? I'll pause for just a moment for anyone to make their way here. Officer Teasley, is anybody ambling or meandering or moseying? No, sir. Okay. Adam, then over to you. Do you have anybody on the phone that wishes to speak in favor of the petition?
We do not have anybody on the phone, Mr. Mayor, in favor of the petition, I'm sorry.
Okay, very good. So I'm just going to give one last call for anybody to speak in favor. Okay, so we will close that portion of this formal quasi-judicial hearing. We will now move to affected parties that are against the petition. So anybody wishing to speak against the petition? Welcome back, and just affirm that you were sworn in.
Yes, my name is Ron Randalls. I was sworn in.
Okay, very
If
good.
I could have my PowerPoint, please.
Yeah, we'll just give a second to pull
I
that up.
was told that, you know, I would have 5 minutes, so I have a 5-minute presentation, but I'll cut it back, okay, as we
Sure,
go.
appreciate
So
that.
I'm gonna wing it.
It'll
Okay.
just take them a sec. We'll just be patient here.
Okay.
In one moment, I think we could, that's just taking up about a third of our screen, Madam Clerk. Is there any way to bigify that?
I have it in full screen view on my end.
Okay. Okay, we'll work with this. I mean, we can see it. It's just, it looks a little odd, but go ahead and begin, sir.
Okay, you go to my next slide, please. The issue with regard to the development has to do with its ability to handle its exit traffic, and that it can't send the exit traffic in all the 4 directions that meet there. I'm not getting...
Next slide, Madam Clerk.
Let me
paused you.
just go on and...
I paused you. Let's see if we can't get this working. So, Madam Clerk, we're still looking, it almost looks like a screenshot.
Okay, give me one moment. I'm going to try to stop and start again. Just
Okay,
a moment.
sure. Unplug it, plug it back in.
Is that any better?
Well, it looks like it advanced the slide.
Okay.
Okay, so
Good.
there we go.
Next
Is that
slide.
good?
Next slide. And the big issue here is exit 3, the one that they describe as a full access exit that is opposite the public's exit, central western exit from the public's. Next slide, please. And this is the layout of that exit, and it's very difficult even now to make a left-hand turn out of the
And
public.
if you want us to see your pointer, you need to do that.
sorry.
There you go.
I'm sorry.
It's good.
Yes, it's very difficult to make the exit now left out of the public's shopping center to go into because of the turn lane gets all clogged up. And it's going to be worse when they put the Dunkin' Donuts in up there at the corner of this particular exit, so it's only going to get worse. Next slide, please. So this is what the traffic engineer mentioned earlier. This exit 3, as it's designed, is not well done. It's not safe. And we
Again,
have an
sir, if you'll point it there.
Sorry.
There you go.
The exit 4, the intersection 4 here, where the driveway comes north from Publix, meets the driveway south from Fresh Market, that failed within a couple months of it being constructed because of accidents. And this is the same design that we're using at this intersection 3, and so it will surely fail. Next slide, please. And what the traffic engineers do is they put in protected left-hand turns, and that makes the exit a right-hand turn only exit. And that is what causes the problem. Next slide, please. That is what causes the big problems for us, because now there are only 2 exit directions from this traffic development, and that is a problem for all the roadways that are being involved here. And so, next slide. And what happens is that's what brings the exit traffic down 43rd Street, across 19th, and up 46th in order to go west on 23rd Avenue. And that's what causes the cut-through traffic. And the businesses there that will be in that facility will attract that kind of attention all
Okay,
day
if I
long.
could just get you to conclude, please.
Yes, I will. So while they talk about a traffic light, it would help, but it's not a certainty.
Okay.
And
Well,
what we want is to limit the volume
Right.
of
Okay.
exit
Thank you
traffic
very
that comes
much.
through our neighborhood.
Appreciate you taking the time to put that all together. Okay, Adam, I'm going to go to you. Anybody on the phone to speak against the petition?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 people on the line. Excuse me.
So we'll just take one now.
First up, pardon me?
We'll take just one for now.
Excellent.
Hello?
Okay.
Is it me?
Yep. First, Mr. Chris Goodrich. Mr. Goodrich, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Chris Goodrich, affected party on Northwest 20th Place, adjacent to the conservation zone. And I'm just calling because I wanted to share my views are like Commissioner, I believe it's Commissioner Ward, who said that the motions provided previously are completely changed the petition to the nature where I don't know what we just agreed to, because a lot of the conditions that I spent so much time working on have now been basically are null and void. And we're talking about changing the square footprint size allowable. We're talking about, you know, a lot of changes that are so substantive that I feel like the petition has lost all meaning. It's too big of a change for any of the conditions that we put in place to take effect. And I feel like that's a shame, because we spent a lot of time on this and with the developers, and I feel like, you know, the developers and the neighbors are motivated to not make that mistake again. And that seems like a shame, because I don't feel like that's the purpose that's been expressed by the commission. But I feel like the PUD is a useful land use tool, because in ways to avoid situations like the Arby's across the street, you know, that's just a single mixed use land use, and so they can by right put up an Arby's. But we had specifically defined buildable areas, and now that's kind of gone with the motion. So I oppose.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Goodrich.
We'll turn back to anybody in chambers who would like to speak in opposition to the petition. Anybody else in chambers that would like to speak in opposition to the petition? No, public comment will be at the end. Mr. Shaw, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to clear up things. I'm against the petition, but I'd like to clarify that people were invited, the neighbors were invited and did not respond to the invitation to meet with the developer. Indeed, I reached out to the developer on behalf of the neighbors. April 6, 2020, I wrote an email expressing a willingness on the part of the neighbors to work with him so long as the development did not include a Starbucks or a Starbucks-like coffee shop with a drive-through, and I never heard from him again until April 20th, 2021. That is 1 year and 2 weeks later. He chose rather to work with that handful of people who were favorable to his petition. And the rest of us were ignored. And indeed, in addition to some of us being ignored, the vast majority of the neighbors were not informed, definitely not part of the process as has been characterized. If we want to talk about what is fair, I would think that it would only be fair, since the PUD was supposed to provide the opportunity for the developer to work extensively with the neighborhood, I would think that it would be fair to make sure that that is indeed part of the process. And to now, it has not been. I'm hoping that the petition is defeated and that we can have a new approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Adam, back to you. Any affected parties wishing to speak against the petition?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Meredith Goodrich. Ms. Goodrich, you have 3 minutes.
Hey, this is Dr. Meredith Goodrich, and I wanted to say that things changed considerably after I spoke last time. If the conditions of the PD are honored and still valid, then I'm in favor if we have the same footprint, just with additional stories. But if this plan has changed, then I am not in favor, and I think that we should revisit the planning step. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back to any members in the chamber who would like to speak in opposition. Any affected parties speaking in opposition to this petition? Welcome back, Ms. Mott.
Hello, my name is Marcia Mott, and if you could pull my presentation up, I'd appreciate that. And I have been sworn in. While we're waiting for that presentation to be pulled up, I do want to say that I object to the 3-minute time limit. We were promised we'd have 10 minutes, and many of us prepared for that. And then we were told 5, and now we're down to 3, which is the same amount of time the public has to speak. So I really don't think that's very fair. And I just want to go on record with that, and I'll do my best.
Okay, our rules say a maximum of 10, but the chair sets the time.
I understand that, but we all prepared, and I'm standing here waiting and killing time here.
Your time is not going right now.
Okay. Next slide, please. So in 2018, when this first became an issue, the neighbors got together and we completed a petition with about 1,200 signatures. 2021 came around, and in the last month and a half or so, we've collected 884 signatures of people in this community and around that care about this property and care about this part of town and neighborhood who oppose this. And so I want that to be known that these are real people who said, I don't want a part of this petition, this proposal, and I don't want this as it's zoned right now. And so if you go to the next slide, that's just an image of what our change.org petition looks like. The next slide, I want to talk about some of the impacts on the neighborhood. I know we've talked about those quite a bit, but the one thing that this PUD doesn't address, and I'm not even quite sure with what you guys have proposed now, as well as it doesn't address the volume of traffic. And I realize sounds like what you guys have suggested might not quite have the same volume, but the PUD doesn't have anything that I can understand or that I can see that is a definite signed into this whole thing. There's a lot of promises. We're going to work with people. We're going to work on doing this and things like that. But it kind of seems like these aren't necessarily all written in stone. Next slide, please. I want to talk about the traffic calming measures. So traffic calming measures sound like a great thing, but they're really an inconvenience to the people who already live there. We already have on the street I live on speed table, and we have 2 roundabouts. And so what we would end up with is a whole lot of cars going slower, which I don't think is necessarily a good thing for a residential street. We talked about having these pinch points or these traffic calming measures where we put things together, and even though for some reason our slides aren't being shown like they should, these aren't necessarily something that I think most people would want in front of their house or on their neighborhood. Our homes are our largest investment, and my question to you is why should we have to sacrifice and compromise and be inconvenienced for investors from out of state and shareholders? It's just not necessarily what I think the city of Gainesville should stand for. Next slide, please. These are just some other images of some of the accidents that occurred at the end of 23rd Street. This is almost from my driveway right here. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. These are the accidents at 43rd Street. Skip to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Recently, the Gainesville came out with their new urban forest plan. So I think it's a good idea that you guys are working on preserving the heritage trees. Next slide, please. We talked about how this is going to promote walkability, and that's one of the important things in the neighborhood. This is a very car-centric development, and I think you've taken some measures to include that as well. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
If you could move to a conclusion.
Next slide. Next slide. So I want you to ask yourself, who does this benefit? Does it benefit our community, our neighborhoods, or out-of-state developers and stockholders? Next thing, please. I'm going to skip to the last one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mott. I appreciate that. Appreciate your time you put into it. Adam, do we have any other affected parties on the phone?
At this time, we do not have anyone on the phone, Mr. Mayor. Please check back as we go through the process.
Okay. Anybody else in the chambers that wishes to speak against the petition? Welcome, and just to affirm you've been sworn in.
Yes,
Okay, very good. Please continue.
I am here just to say that I am very pleased with what's going on tonight, and I support the idea that we can do something very creative with this corner, something very good for our community. It's just a matter of us getting together, working together as a neighborhood again, as a community, and making this very special corner something very special for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers that's an affected party that would like to speak in opposition to this petition? Anybody out in the hallway that would like to speak in opposition to this petition? Affected party, yep. Okay, we will close the affected party portion of this. We'll move to rebuttal. We'll start with the petitioner. You'll have up to 5 minutes to rebut anything that you heard, if you would like.
Yes, this is Kevin Frazier with Wilson Development Group. I have been sworn in. I am a partner at WDG. And one thing I would say is, as it relates to the communications with the neighborhood, we did make the effort, and I'm sorry that I wasn't able to talk to every single resident within the neighborhood itself. But the hope was that through the communications with the neighborhood, that message would filter out, and that we'd also talk with everyone during the portions like the neighborhood workshop, which required us to send the invitation out to the larger community. The repeated instance that we're going to put a Starbucks here is inaccurate. I have never said that I was going to do a Starbucks. I've never had an agreement in place with that tenant. The reason that we included the drive-through as a use is to provide additional flexibility, which I know all of you have harped on in terms of not making this particular land use, or excuse me, zoning, so restrictive. So that does provide some flexibility and gives the property the ability to move with the market as the market changes, which, as we can see, can change on a dime like it did last year. The reason for the delay in speaking with Mr. Shaw and Mr. Randalls and their group was not due to any instance of trying to be subversive or to delay. I was working diligently with city and with the county to get answers and concrete solutions to their objections, and we did receive those last week. And so as soon as I received those, I reached out, because I knew that had we not done that, the communications would not have been productive, and I wanted to make sure that they were productive. And I continue to offer that, put that offer out to communicate up until basically tonight. So I'm sorry that we weren't able to do that, and I would have loved to have been able to do that. But I still think this application has a lot of merit. We did work on it with other neighbors. We incorporated their feedback in those conditions. As you saw, 24 of those 36 were drafted by the neighbors themselves, and that includes feedback that we heard from parties that were in opposition. So this does include the feedback and the will of the residents, the residents of the community. And we would hope to be the facilitator of that through this development, which we think still has opportunity to be a very positive addition to the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Thompson, got about 2.5 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a matter of clarification. No disrespect to Dr. Randalls, but he is an effective party, but not a subject matter expert. I know a lot of thought and experience has gone into the presentation that he gave this evening. I just didn't want it to be misunderstood that he's not a transportation engineer. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Any rebuttal by staff? Ms. McMullen?
No, staff waives.
Okay. So we'll now have closing. Closing first by the petitioner. Yeah, and it says rebuttal for just petitioner staff. I'll turn to our city attorney here for clarification. It does not say that affected parties have rebuttal, but I'll clarify that. Ms. Shalley?
Hello, Mayor. Yes, you're correct. There is no rebuttal for affected parties, but there is, the next section is the closing by the petitioner, staff, and affected parties. So if there's any final closing remarks by an affected party, that would be the time.
Right. Okay. So we'll move to that closing. This is a maximum of 3 minutes. We'll start with the petitioner, go on to staff, and then any affected parties that have closing statements will have an opportunity as well. So petitioner, any closing?
Again, Kevin Frazier, Wilson Development Group. Thank you again, everyone, for your time. I just wanted to, in closing, again, express my gratitude for the members of the community that were willing to work with us to craft this document. We obviously tried very hard, and to our knowledge, have gone further than any other applicant has gone in terms of the outreach to the community, and really trying to find a common ground and to bring something to Gainesville that would be a positive addition and not detract from the city. Obviously, taking the feedback from the commissioners yourselves and what you've indicated would be a preferred route. I would say that we are flexible. We've shown that we're flexible throughout. The desire to have the drive-through again was born not out of greed, but again, out of the desire to provide as much flexibility for this application as possible so that it can contend with unknown circumstances that we may be confronted with in the future. And that we had every desire to bring traffic reducing measures and to address those items that the neighbors have been trying to address for years, but to enhance their voice by bringing that conversation to the forefront with this application. And so my hope is that we can still do that. But again, I appreciate everyone's time. I know this has been a long night, and obviously this has been a long process, so thank you everybody for your patience and for your presence. And again, to all parties for and against. I think this is what you want to see with a community that's this engaged. I think it's one reason why we chose Gainesville to pursue, is because we believe in this community and where it's going. And again, we believe that we can be a positive part of that future. Thanks.
Very good. Mr. Thompson, anything to add? Good. Okay, staff, closing?
No closing from staff. Thank you.
Okay, affected parties, any affected parties that have any closing statements? You may come forward. Ms. Mott.
Hi, my name is Marcia Mott again. So mine are some questions I'd still like clarified that are in some of these conditions that the developer lists. Condition number 1 in 17 talks about a fast casual restaurant. I'm curious, is there any definition, is there any thought been given to what is allowed to be as a fast casual? Could it be a McDonald's or a Burger King? Who decides what's acceptable? That's one of my thoughts I'd like to share. Condition number 1 also says wine and cheese shop. My other question to you is, how would that differ from liquor store in your mind? And who would enforce and decide that? Another condition I would like to discuss or give some thought to or in your mind is condition number 20. The developer is responsible for all the traffic mitigation measures if adjacent neighborhoods are adversely affected by the traffic flowing from the development. How is this enforced? This is really vague. It's not written in the, it's such a subjective description of what this is going to do and how this is going to be looked upon. So I think that we really got to have some more conversations about that. And then condition 23, and I know their numbers changed because I'm not sure why, but so I'm going with what I pulled off yesterday. But condition 23 is that they're going to work with the Transportation and Mobility Department to review traffic calming methods while this development is already under construction. So what if the traffic calming methods they have are not something that we want? I'm a person that is responsible for one of the speed humps, and I spent 1 year trying to get speed humps on 46th Street many, many years ago when my children were little. And it was a really long process. And then at the last second when they were ready to go in, apparently there was a typo and someone wasn't notified, and then it had to all be done again, and then now one neighbor objected. So what if it is something we don't want for these traffic calming measures? What voice do we have in that? Because if we grant them the permits for the things they want now, and the language says, while it's under construction, we're going to talk about those, I think that's really something that we need to look at. And this traffic light, this mysterious traffic light that's appeared all of a sudden, and maybe it did just happen last week, but you guys can't control that. They can't control that. So as we build a development and we have all this impact and these other things, and I realize that the drive-through being off the table now does impact that, but it's really something to think about. Like, we're making assumptions, we're making rules, we're voting on things, and on things that might happen that another person controls. And I think that there needs to be a way to have a little more assurances that all these things are taken into consideration, not we're going to work on this and this might happen and we're going to take these into consideration. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, again, closing remarks. Go ahead, sir.
I just want to say that my conclusions about their southeast exit as being dangerous was confirmed by a traffic engineer, Mr. O'Brien, tonight, as well as a distinguished traffic engineer with the university. So sometimes a little common sense and an example of exit 4, which failed, is worthwhile.
Thank you.
Hi, it's me again. I just wanted to say, in terms of the traffic, we have an issue already in Suburban Heights and already in that area of Northwest Gainesville. And it may or may not get worse with this development, but we have developers that are willing to advocate for us and help pay for it. So to me, that's a step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have any closing remarks? Okay, we'll close the closing remarks portion of this and move on to public comment. This is for anybody who has not gotten a chance to speak yet. Mr. Scott.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Poe, Commissioners Nathan Scott. So I want to echo the concern raised by Ms. Mott. I'd also would hope that before the presiding officer in a formal quasi-judicial proceeding would just unilaterally decree time limits, that you might want to consult the city attorney. It just seems to be arbitrary and capricious where you say there's 3 minutes based upon discussion at the prior agenda item, which was not a quasi-judicial proceeding. There were not affected parties that testified. It was not quasi-judicial. In this case, it is. To that point, Florida case law has held that limiting parties to only 8 minutes to prevent, Florida case law has held that limiting parties to only 8 minutes to present positions regarding a zoning resolution violates procedural due process under the circumstances of Hernandez-Canton versus Miami City Commission, 971 Southern 2nd, 829, pinpoint site 832, Florida 3rd DCA 2007. But you didn't ask the city attorney about any of that before you just decreed 3 minutes. I think Ms. Mott and anyone that was opposition to this has a procedural due process argument, a valid one. Furthermore, established rules for see, it's hard to talk with this mask on, Mayor Poe.
We can hear you just fine.
I'm having trouble speaking because I can't breathe. I think it's ridiculous. You don't have to wear a mask in the county. But furthermore, the established rules for formal quasi-judicial hearings under other City of Gainesville boards state affected parties, 10 minutes per person. Do we have the overhead? No, we don't have the overhead. I'd put it up on camera and show you. For public comment, 5 minutes per person. You just arbitrarily decree, oh, we do have the overhead, so let's do that. Where's the overhead? Let's put this up so the public can see how Mayor Poe loves to limit citizen comment and input from the public. Procedural orders, 10 minutes per party. You can't probably see it too well, but it's 10 minutes. I'll swear to that as a member of good standard in Florida Bar. But again, you just decree things that harm constituents, taxpayers of the citizens of Gainesville, residents of Suburban Heights. You don't care. Your mind's made up. You just want to rubber stamp whatever you approved before. But this is the quasi-judicial process, the hearing, right now, not the thing that you decided before. And I think you fundamentally denied everyone in this room procedural due process with your arrogance. Thank you.
Anybody else have any public comment? Anybody that wasn't able to speak previous as an affected party?
My name again is Meredith Bilpray. I am not an affected party. I have been sworn in. I am still processing some of the changes that were made because this is not my area of expertise, but based on the changes that I think were made and the way I think I understand earlier proceedings, I still support this moving forward. I have some reservations, namely that we may have, with that earlier motion, allowed some things that probably our neighborhood group might not want as ideal, but I would really like to see this developer continue forward with this project. We've worked with them for a long time. Like I said before, they have been nothing but transparent with us, and they have been very accessible. I do not want to get into the details, but I will state July 25th, 2019, there was an email to the vast majority of the neighborhood, everybody that had an email on file from petitions or other signings, where every single person in our neighborhood, and it was encouraged to be shared, was invited to join the committee
Most people did not choose to, which is totally fine. Some people chose and then for various reasons left, which is also fine. But every single person in our neighborhood was more than welcome and at no point was excluded. And I can speak on that authoritatively because I have been part of the group since that time. All of that said, I really do feel like at least moving forward with the plan as I think I understand it now is a positive thing. Moving forward with this developer is a positive thing. I do have good faith that they will work to make this the best situation, even if the change looks a little different. I think it's also a good reminder that our neighbors did, including a lot of the people who have since chosen to not support, which is fine, absolutely everybody's prerogative, did draft, I think it was 24 of the 37 items on those conditions. And I really do fully believe that every measure was taken into account to try and address all the traffic concerns, including cut-through traffic. As you have heard ad nauseum tonight, there is a traffic problem in Gainesville. We have a lot of people on our streets already. A lot of them do drive a little too fast. And so I do believe that traffic calming measures, even if we don't know what they are, the fact that they are legally binding within these documents does protect us, does give us some assurances that it will happen. And so I do support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here for public comment? Anybody that hasn't had a chance to speak yet? Going once? Going twice? Okay, we're going to close this portion of public comment.
Mr. Mayor, we have several people on the line who are interested in offering a few words.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. You spoke as an affected party, and you were supposed to pick one or the other. But if it's quick, we can.
I'm affected party.
Right. We already did affected parties. This is public
Oh,
comment for anybody who wasn't allowed to speak as an affected party. Okay. So Adam, I'll go over to you.
Great. I have 3 callers at present. First up is Mr. Matt O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien actually dropped off. I'm going to turn next to Ryan Rusicki. Mr. Rusicki, you have 3 minutes. Hold the line 1 second. Mr. Rusicki.
Hello. Can everybody hear me?
Yep, we can.
Perfect. So my name is Ryan Rusicki, and I actually do live in the suburban Heights neighborhood. I live right on 17th Street, right by the intersection, or 17th Place, right at the intersection of 17th and 43rd, which as way back at the beginning of the meeting, we did talk about a potential increase of traffic coming through our street. However, 17th Place is not identified as one that would potentially have a sidewalk installed as part of the proposals at hand tonight. And so I still wanted to voice my opposition to the PUD as it currently stands. And the reason for that is, one, because this development would still be very car-centric, even though we do remove the drive-through, which I think is a brilliant decision. So thank you for hearing your concerns about that. But it still doesn't, it still attracts more cars than it would people walking, or it doesn't really address any other concerns that we have. The other main concerns that our neighbors have put out there are the number of cars coming through our neighborhood and the number of cars at that intersection. And as my fellow neighbor earlier put up in her presentation, were the actual images from, I'm just saying my brain started. She brought up photos from accidents at the intersection and from surrounding areas. I found those incredibly powerful. That we're thinking about adding more congestion and more attraction, more shops, and more reasons for additional cars to come into that intersection without real concern of addressing the problems that we already have. Secondly, the traffic mitigation effort, I applaud the developer for bringing them in. I think that would be great if we could actually make them happen. But I'm not really told that we can actually get those fully in place. One, the light that would have to go through the county, as we've discussed multiple times, so that's not built into PUD. And secondly, there's no measure to actually help limit the amount of traffic that's coming into the neighborhood. And thirdly, there are no protections for the pedestrians who are already walking in the streets. We've already heard from our neighbors that we have concerns with dog walkers, with parents and their children playing in the street and having really no other place to play. The front yard and the streets are streets are what attract us to the neighborhood, because we do have, it is a great place for kids to reconnect and play with their neighbors. And so for those reasons, I asked the council to hold off a vote or to turn down the PUD as it currently stands. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osiki. Mr. Mayor, we have a few more callers. Do you want to take them in order, or do you want to switch off again?
No. There's nobody else in chamber, so you can go through all your list of callers.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next up is Ms. Rachel Channing. Ms. Channing, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So I never received a notification from the city commission or from my neighbors or from my neighborhood association about this particular meeting this evening. Until yesterday, I found a flyer from my association that there was going to be a meeting here about a vote on, and we had a petition going on. So for me, like I kind of agree with Nathan Scott. 3 minutes is such an inadequate amount of time to prepare and say, to say all the things I wanted to say. And it amazes me that there weren't more people at the meeting tonight because, physically there. I recall that back in 2018, there were hundreds of people that showed up at the city commission to have the vote turned down, which the developer was denied approval on the proposed development back in 2018 because there was a show of force of people in the neighborhood. I live at the corner of 19th Avenue and 46th Street. I was there earlier speaking to you. I don't believe I got my 3 minutes. I think you started timing me like before I even began talking. So I just feel Nathan is right. I think we should be having a greater amount of time to present our reasons for not wanting to have a Starbucks put into the development. I'm sorry, it's getting late, but I actually could live with the motion that was made by Commissioner Ariola about creating what do you call it? Planned apartments, housing. I think I could live with that more than any other drive-through restaurant of any kind, whether it's, I just don't want to drive through because I know that my street, 19th Avenue, is going to become the garbage can of litter. It's going to be littered if there's a drive-through that comes through 19th Avenue. Ours is the first right-hand turn off of 43rd Street to come back, to go to 46th Street, and then back up to 23rd Avenue. 19th Avenue will be totally messed up, and we can't handle that load of traffic and live calmly and peacefully and enjoy the tranquility of our neighborhood. I believe it will actually change the value of the properties along that route. I think it will decrease the value of our property.
Thank you, Ms. Channing.
Anyhow, what?
Thank you. That's about your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, our next caller, Sandra Reeves. Ms. Reeves, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, I would like to echo to a certain extent the previous caller, but my greatest concern is the safety, and the proposed traffic control methods that have been proposed are not going to work for our neighborhood without increasing danger to certain residents that we have. You've heard it multiple times, people saying we've got elderly people, we've got children, we've got people walking dogs. Our streets are not extra wide. People are parking on the street already, so that also narrows down the street. You take frontage from people's yards to put sidewalks in on one side. I don't know about you, but most of the kids I know, they don't stay on the sidewalk when there's a neighborhood next to us and that people do not walk on the sidewalks. That's not a solution. Even if the developers foot the bill, them footing the bill for things that we should not need in our neighborhood if they do not have a drive-through, which duplicates what's also going is just across the street. We do not need a drive-through. It will endanger us. And what I want to know is who's going to be responsible when we have more fatalities. We've had 2 in our area, pedestrians being killed. Now, who's going to take the responsibility for the increased traffic and the endangerment to children and our elderly in our neighborhood? You know, saying, oh, we're going to fix all this traffic control, that's not going to work because the things that were put in place still don't work. We don't need that additional cut through traffic. That is the biggest concern I've heard from all the neighbors that I have spoken with. And a lot of the neighbors were not contacted and not involved in any way, shape, or form with all these negotiations that have supposedly gone on. Everybody I spoke with outside of the conference room before the meeting, none of them had been notified by the developers. You can cherry pick supporters and then parade them around. And we have seen some of that tonight. But I have lived there for over 30 years. I shouldn't have to be worried about my neighbors and my grandchild getting hit by a car by somebody who's driving and drinking a cup of coffee. They don't need to be, we don't need a drive-through in that location. Across the street, it doesn't affect the traffic pattern. But in that corner, with all the right-hand turns, there's going to be cut-throughs. Somebody's going to get hurt. We have been through this so many times, and I feel like the commissioners are not listening to the people who helped put them in office. And that's all I need to say.
Thank you, Ms. Reeves. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. We'll close down public comment and turn back to the commission for deliberation and a vote. And I just want to be very clear, and we're going to get a motion on the floor here in a sec, but some people seem to be under the assumption that there's still a drive-through that's an allowed use, and we took action in the previous land use item to not allow a drive-through there. So I just, for folks listening, I want to make sure that's very clear. Commissioner A. Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, thank everyone for participating. It's been a long night, and I appreciate you all staying with us the whole night. This also will come back to the commission. This is not the final time that it will be before us. It will come back in a final form so that it will be very clear what would happen. I also think that when it comes back, a new PD layout is probably a good thing to come back, since some of the things have changed with the drive-through being removed. So probably good to have that come back as well. As for the conditions, I believe that mainly through conditions 1 through 7, which deal mainly with use types and things like that, I do think that the U7 zoning, which is consistent with the land use that we moved forward on the last item, I think that would fit best, and we just tie it to saying that we're going to use the U7 zoning uses and other aspects that are tied with the conditions 1 through 7, that we'll just use U7. I think that would allow it to be clear, but also it'll change them with the times. I know like 40 years from now, some of these uses may not be even around, but the PD lasts forever in a sense, and it's a lot of work to come back and change it. So I think a U7 zoning would be the best aspect for what comes to the uses and other sections going through conditions 1 through 7. Same with condition, I have concerns with condition 10, it's not something that's super important to me, but I do think that mandating that things look all the same, I think is removes the quirkiness of our city, and also kind of makes, I don't want us to become like a Disneyland where everything looks exactly the same. So I have concerns of saying that it has to look the same as what's across the street. 13, maybe some slight modifications to it, but I think it maybe not the last building, but saying that there's a distance between the residential and the number of feet is fine. And then moving to condition 17, that we remove the drive-through as an option, and then condition 18 that we remove no parking minimums on the project. And then moving to the back, so condition, I think it's 32 now, which is the 8-foot barrier. I don't have an issue with that. It's just one thing that's gonna, just so people understand, you're gonna have to knock down a lot of trees to be able to, and it's a pretty big impact because you have to bring in big footer. I mean, masonry wall is a decent thing. So that is gonna be going through there will have to bring in larger machinery to be able to build a masonry wall with what that takes to have an 8-foot wall that will stand up. When it comes to condition 33, which is the berm, since we're adding a park in that area, I believe we should remove the berm, as that would block the park from kind of being visible and being used. And then conditions 35 and 36, which tie to the conservation portions, I think we should make it clear there that we also want a city park is allowed in there too. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I continue to oppose not the whole purpose, but what is actively in front of us. I oppose this evening because it has clearly confused people right here in the room, much less people who may be not able to watch or participate tonight, who thought we were going to vote on a very different thing. And I don't, again, there are very good things in what we're considering. There are things that are not great, but that's not the issue. The issue is that we're talking about something at this point significantly different than we were talking about before, and that has, as predicted, confused people right here in the room, and is likely to do the same to people at home, and that's why I don't support it. Thank you.
Commissioner Sacco.
Mr. Mayor, Ms. McMullen, are you still with us? Or Andrew, whichever might be faster. Would it be possible to throw up on the screen what the conditions of a U7 are, just so that it's at least available in the conversation for the public?
Do you mean what the permitted uses are?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Yes.
We don't all have the big book of development like Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Yeah, just one moment, and I'll pull that up.
Mr. Mayor, while Brittany's or Ms. McMullen's pulling that up, can I ask a question for maybe commission consideration or clarification?
Of course.
As Commissioner Hayes Santos alluded to, based on some of the changes that the commission has done with the land use and the PUD conditions, and I think what the direction on the PD is, there will likely need to be some amendments to the PD layout plan, which I think you saw, and there's some specific footprints that are laid out on that plan, presumably that are laid out to meet the 32,000 square foot limit that was part of the PUD and part of the PD conditions that we're talking about amending. So I'm sure the developer probably wants some direction. I know that Ms. Shalley and I will probably want at least some statement by the commission to help us at the next stage, which would be bringing back an ordinance to you. So that way we're not sort of bringing back a PD plan, multiple times to try to get it to what the commission expects. Does that make sense?
Mr. Persons, can you summarize that? It's late for all of us. Can you?
I know it's late for me too. I guess what we would, I think we all, it sounds like the PD layout plan is going to need to change. And so it's going to be up to Michelle and I to figure out how, along with the developer, of course, to figure out how it should change. And we want to make sure that any changes are reflective of the commission's direction. So just to be specific, what we're talking about is potentially changing the footprint locations of the buildings. That's the kind of a little bit of help from the commission and sort of what you expect when we come back to you, what the PD layout plan will be amended to show, essentially. Not necessarily like all the details, but just from a high level, what you expect would be coming back to you.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a simple answer, but I'll get to that in a second. Go ahead, Commissioner Zaka.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. McMullen. It's a good height, a good size to see. I appreciate the effort to try to highlight, but I saw it wasn't going to work.
It's a long list. It's a couple of pages. So basically, it allows a big mix of uses, commercial and residential.
And those commercial uses are things food related, are medical related, or finance related. It's rather broad, correct?
Yeah.
That's the category where we get broader with the allowed uses.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Okay. Is there what I guess where in the development code would I find that, or would the public find that for review so that they are able to go home and look at it?
So it is in section 30-4.12.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And just to be clear, there are things that are prohibited in these conditions that are allowed in U7. So if they're allowed in U7 but prohibited here, they're prohibited. I just want everyone to understand, like U7, but taking out all the things that have been added as conditions that would be prohibited uses. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, I would remove conditions 1 and 2 in both of those and just use the U7 ones. I think that a lot of the things on here, there's adult business services, escort services, things like that aren't allowed in U7, but I do think medical facilities, laundromats, those other things that I think are important depending on, I mean, definitely laundromats for people who are lower income, being able to access those as well. I don't know if you want to make comments, or I can try to put a motion on the floor.
Commissioner Saka?
No, it was just to echo Commissioner Hayes Santos that my understanding of his intent was that it would be all U7 and to scrap 1 and 2. And I'm in agreement that some of these prohibited uses are needed uses in any community. And when the makeup of this community changes, it might be vital that these uses be allowed in this area. So I agree with Commissioner Hayes Santos to just scrap those and move straight to U7. Thank you.
Okay. So as far as the PD layout, Andrew, clearly taking the drive-through out. I think beyond that, it's up to the applicant to meet the terms that have already been approved, but there's clearly not going to be a drive-through there, so that needs to be taken out, and whatever square space that wants to be reintegrated into the development, then you can show that. I just really quickly want to say that the point with the wall is a good one, and you know, I think that's an opportunity for the neighborhood to continue to work with the developer to figure out whether or not that's something you want. It's a trade-off. You know, it's going to cut the neighborhood off from the development, which is maybe what you want, but it's going to feel a little bit more kind of claustrophobic, and there will be some, you know, some natural areas that have to be taken out to make the wall work. So, you know, I think that's something that the developer needs to continue to work with the neighborhood on to figure out that, I don't want to determine that tonight. I would defer to what the consensus is on, and I think that's probably going to take some simple renderings to get an idea of what it would look like both ways. Same with the berm, although the berm, I think does act as a noise retention facility and can look very nice and natural. But again, I mean, that's the kind of thing that should be left up to the developer in the neighborhood to work out. I don't want to legislate, you know, that right now. Yeah, everything else that you suggested, I'm supportive of, and just to really be clear that everyone will get a chance to see this in black and white very clearly when this comes back to the commission in ordinance form. So, you know, tonight was, you know, trying to get to, you know, what's going to work best in conjunction with the neighborhood and the location. Those details will now be put into ordinance, and you'll have another chance to really look at that and figure out, okay, what's allowed, what's not allowed, and how does that, you know, kind of align with what I want or don't want to see. So with that, I'll move back to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. And I guess I gotta have a clarification on the berm itself. Right now, it's proposed to be between the conservation area, like next to the road, in essence, where the conservation area, and then
It's proposed to be south of the access road, so in between the access road and the conservation.
Okay, so if we put a park there, so
It would be blocking it.
yeah, so that's my reason why I believe we should remove the burn, is it will block the park, and I think having a park where people can't see into it makes a park unsafe as well. So I'd like to put a motion on the floor that we approve the petition with the conditions with the following changes. The conditions 1 through 7, that we replace those with the U7 zoning and those uses allowed and structures there. That we remove 10, the architectural mandates. The number 17, we say there's no drive-through allowed. Number 18, we remove parking minimums. Number 33, that we remove the requirement for a burn. And then that we, for 35 and 36, that the city park has access can be built there.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Santos, second by Commissioner Sacco. Any other questions from the commission? Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Okay. Commissioner Simmons is absent. Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Ward?
No.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 4-2 with Ward and Johnson in dissent. Thank you, everybody, for spending the evening with us. We really appreciate all of your input and participation. I expect that we'll see you back here in June when the ordinance comes back for approval for the commission. Everyone stay safe and well, and with that, this meeting is adjourned.